Hello, 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 hello. Oh, Mohsin, hello. Okay, there we go. 3 or 4 minutes, like you said. Thanks, Lulu.
The inferno blazes.
Okay. Hi, Roland. Thanks, Vinit. Wait, Enigma's supposed to be support. How's his net worth so high? Did he just get a bunch of kills or something? That Brood guy has only 3 games on that account. How does he only have 3 games on his account when he has a 6 streak, 8 streak, 6 streak? And how can he be immortal? Or do you mean 3 games of Broodmother? Okay, see. What's your top 3 Dota 2 pro teams? Well, okay, Rose. I like EG. I like. I basically just like EG. I don't really know the new rosters. I know a lot of players have shuffled around, so I can't really tell you. Yeah, I like OG too. I wouldn't say I love them though. Hi, Marco. Hi, Anith. Okay, so this last game, like, yeah, they were winning for pretty much the entire game, but I mean, up until very close to 20 minutes, it was very doable. Queuing time has certainly increased quite a lot since the new matchmaking update. When I queued position 5 on Europe servers, my queues were like 30 seconds. Oh yeah, I'm not queued for position 5 right now. I only queue for 1 and 4. Hi, Rusmar. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, but I guess, yeah, most people want to play carry. Hi, Max. Max 2000 with a Korean flag. Are you Korean? Or just a fan of Korea? Can I add you as a friend? Unfortunately, Pat, my friends list is full. Really full. Like there's a waiting list to get on there, and I can't even figure out who to delete, you know? If I donate $5 now, would you play a ranked game with Sven? I mean, you can donate now, and I'll play it at some point. But I will say this. I mean, I could maybe play it next game, but not if it's a bad pick. So there are certain heroes that Sven cannot play against, right?
My sword flares.
So Sven cannot play against Treant or Beastmaster. Or what else? or like Medusa or something. Basically, like I can't play against, you know, Sven's counters. What? If it's a decent Sven game, I'll play it for you, buddy. How's that? You think Sven can't play against Bristleback? No, I disagree. I think Sven does fine against Bristleback.
Sven stands ready. Night of your soul.
Play whatever hero you want.
Hey.
Whatever mode you want.
Whatever mode I want, whatever hero I want. Thanks. I guess I'll do that. Thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Hero_donation. For yeah, that wasn't from you. No, you specifically wanted Sven. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna be playing some hero in a ranked game when the queue pops up. But yeah, anyway, so you're saying, Pat, you're saying Sven's not very good against BP? I don't agree with you. Because Sven, let's see, he has pretty high base armor. Like, it's like 4.4 base armor. He has a shield which protects him from... It's only physical damage, right? No, I think Warcry actually protects you from magical damage too. For some reason, I assumed it was just physical damage. Yeah, I think it's actually magical. Anyways, I mean, you just buy wand. Like, okay, so you just buy wand, you buy chainmail to buy phase boost, right? And you already have 10 armor, straight up, right? So I mean, Bristleback's his quill sprays do damage to you in lane, but you have 10 armor, you know, and a shield, right? Like you don't really try to kill a Bristleback, you just farm. Like, you just trade farm, and that's totally fine. You just bring extra regen. You know, start with stout shield, 6 tangos, 1 salve, right? So you have quite a bit of regen. You buy chainmail, and don't buy quelling blade. Don't buy quelling blade, right? You wanna rush that magic stick, and you wanna get that chainmail as soon as possible, so that when you are in lane next to the Bristleback, you're very efficient. Don't buy the quelling blade to get last hits. Like, Bristleback, he kind of runs around trying to like hit you with quill sprays anyway, so, and his base damage I think is not that amazing. Although I guess if Bristle, yeah, no, his base damage is kind of very, very average. Yeah, just rush the chain. That sword is pretty badass. It doesn't look that cool until you start looking at it harder. Okay, I'm gonna look really hard. That is pretty badass. You know what, like there's energy like rotating through the hilt, and then like, yeah, it's like electrical, watery, lightningy. Yeah, the effects are quite cool. I agree. Yeah, no. Also, the splash effect looks really cool. I remember when this was a gift from Matt, the Australian, the Cruxus. Yeah, no, I remember when I first got this morning, I was like, wow, that's what the splash damage looks like? That is way better than the default. I'll show you guys.
Sven stands ready. On back.
Yeah, it's just really pronounced, you know? Like, it's gigantic. And in fact, I even hesitate to use it sometimes, because it's so pronounced. Hi, Osama.
I can do no less.
Yeah, like, you almost draw too much attention. So, it makes it easier to see you, right? Like, if you blink in somewhere and then you have all the splash effect, right? People are like, oh, we gotta stop that guy right now. Beastmaster will use his roar on you, or Wyvern will ult you. So, from a strategic perspective, although, I mean, if you want to get attention, if you want to draw that attention, it makes a lot of sense to use it as well. I try not to draw too much attention. Anyways, glad you like it, Lulu. Which heroes do you consider worth ranking up? Well, Max 2000, I think pretty much every hero is worth it if you're good at that hero. Now, that's not a very good answer, but just think about it this way. So, I mean, there are some heroes that, you know, have like 54-55% win rate, right? And that's pretty decent advantage. But I mean, most heroes fall between, like, let's say 53 to 47, right? I mean, the difference between 53 and 47 isn't really that significant. I mean, I wouldn't play the bottom heroes. Like, don't play these heroes, you know? I mean, their win rates are pretty low. So unless you really wanted to play these heroes, honestly, the top 100 heroes, 100 heroes? Even 100, like, 10 heroes is, top 100 heroes is just totally fine, so. But anyways, if you really wanted to be a hero spamming, MMR grinding, hardcore tryhard, suppose you could just play the top, like, 5 heroes. Hi, Chanika. Why the sad face? New Valve matchmaking sucks. You have to wait 40 minutes to find a match with a bot, rune, or feeder. I don't have any opinion on this. I mean, I waited a long time before anyway, so... What do you have, Invoker? I don't understand your question. What items do I have for Invoker? I actually don't really have... I don't really play Invoker. I have just a couple items. Oh wait, I had the Arcana.
I'm a beacon of knowledge.
It was gifted to me. I
blazing out
didn't
across
buy
the
it
black
myself.
sea
I
of
don't really play this hero.
ignorance.
I have Arcana, but the regular Invoker... I don't really have items. I have a bunch of really shitty, uncommon hairstyles. No, not really in terms of Invoker stuff. Next level economy in Dota 8.0. Non-immortal sets rise in price due to people wanting more subdued hero visuals. Non-immortal sets rise in price due to people wanting more subdued hero visuals. Yeah, I guess from a mind game perspective, if you really want to be low key, if you really want to try hard, and you didn't want to draw attention, that makes a lot of sense. What app is that? What app is what? You mean this? This comes with Dota Plus. This has been a good plus MMR investment for multiple years now. Oh yeah, Takuya, Tak_2 from the stream. I think he spams the shit out of Visage. But I don't know, Visage doesn't seem fun to play. Like, I don't know, you have to micro the birds, man. I'm too lazy for that shit. You have 1100 wins on techies. Hey Romeo, that's cool that you have 1100 wins on techies. I just don't particularly care enough to check it. I think people will still want to be flashy. I think, yeah, like probably at least like, 95% of the population wants to be flashy. I want to be flashy. To be honest with you, I'd probably want to be flashy 95% of the time. No, in fact, I'd rather be flashy. Do you have Arcana Blue? Yeah, I have almost all the Arcanas. The ones that I don't have is TB, Crystal Maiden, and Techies. I think those are the only ones I don't have. Oh wait, IO has an Arcana too, right? Yeah, and IO. Pretty sure that's the only ones I don't have. They made Bird Micro easier. Did they? I mean, you can always hotkey the birds with your hero, of course. I'm just too lazy. I love my role. It takes only 10 seconds to find a game. Is it position 5? Yeah, Romy, I'm just gonna be real with you, homie. I just don't really care. I'm like, okay, I'd be like, okay. And it would kind of... Wait, do I have sound effects yet? No sound effects. Can't buy IOs. Yes, in the last patch. Yeah, right. Is there an Ogre Arcana? There will be. Speaking of sound effects, I still can't figure it out. Oh, we got a game. Let's do this. Favorite Arcana? I like the Zeus Arcana. I am playing safe lane carry. Oh, we have rank 185. They have rank 437.
5 seconds left.
If I try turning it off and turning it back on again, yes. Yes. Maybe let's just put our placeholder on Juggernaut.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Maybe try
10
Rice?
seconds.
What does that mean? LC? No, I'm safe lane
5
carry.
seconds left.
Unless it's an amazing LC game, I'm not gonna pick it.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Is it bad in like new meta?
There's no greater
Yeah,
honor.
this guy specializes in offlane for sure. So if, yeah, actually they're following my Juggernaut potential pick. So if we
Welcome
were to
back
have
to
these
the
heroes,
war.
we would
Is
have
it everything you
incredible
remember?
sieging capabilities.
Okay, your pick now. You know
I
what
trust
to do.
you half? What does that even mean? I just went there.
Your pick now. Me both.
Alright guys, which set should I use?
Huh?
The first one right here, the blue one. Little shiny, it's got a pink sword. The golden one. Second golden one. Or the last one. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Third? Lulu-chan wants third. This one's pretty badass. I like the headpiece. Dolby wants one. When I switch between these two, it doesn't update to the golden Arcana.
Your pick. This is where you win
3.
or lose.
3 votes for 3, huh? Fuck 13. Do I have 13 weapons? Pink sword is lit. Well, a lot of people said 3. Maybe we'll do this one. I'm gonna use this sword. Full blown gold. Hi Larry, long time no see. How you doing, bud? Nah, I want golden sword. Very flashy. So we have a Zeus, huh? So he didn't play DK. Was Zeus pick before or after the Pugna pick?
Once you know
You're working, huh? Congratulations.
but no longer.
Where do you work now, Larry?
Forward in an age. Since the
Prepare for battle.
revelation that this, I suppose, is in the bag. In the bag.
Government servant? I can turn off music for now.
Attack!
Let's go. So who am I leaning against?
As you
I'm
wish.
leaning against Pugna, right? Probably Pugnalina. Pugnalina.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Hey, buddy. So if I'm up against Pugnalina,
What's up?
probably want Magic Stick, Quelling Blade. I probably want to skip Blade Dance and get the heal. Probably want boots as soon as possible. Hello, algorithms.
30 seconds to battle. Ah, I love watching them scamper around out there.
This Pugna has a win lace. We have 3 top, so I think do they know that we have 3 top? That blue thing is annoying.
I'm back.
I can get rid of it, you make a donation.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yes. Don't make me come over there.
Blood. Battle call.
Character.
A fine idea. As you wish.
slow hand. Ha 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 ha. You know, I just right click, right? You see how it spams it like that?
We'll take that as
It's fine, Lulu.
it's an honor. Yeah. Agreed.
Oh man, I know this lane's gonna be ass.
On it.
You're gonna stun me, dude. Get out of the way. Thank you, Stout Shield.
Already moving.
Oh god. Oh, she missed. Thank goodness. Dude, that Lina knew that I was gonna buy.
So you say. We bring our blade.
Okay, well, good thing I bought a mango.
As expected.
Just put down the healing ward.
Our blade.
Yeah, no, we definitely did not want crit in this lane.
Onward. We go. Swiftly now.
God, fuck off.
Your death approaches.
My bad, yeah.
Yes. Stand and fight.
This lane is so ass.
Yes.
We might even get level 2 healing ward over level 2 spin. Oh my god, this guy is so fucking annoying.
We become more as one. Of course.
Can't really run at this Pugna with spin though, he's so fast.
Yes.
Oh my god, look, he's so good at Pugna, dude. He's so annoying. Look at him.
Outcome.
He's so annoying.
A fine idea.
Maybe I can kill Lina, dude. She's slow. 293 move speed.
Uh-huh.
This magic stick's been a good investment though.
We go.
Denied.
Yeah.
It's like a...
Your death approaches.
Your welcome.
Yes. Very well.
You're dead, bitch. Oh,
Kind.
fucking all dead, motherfuckers. Rubik, I can heal you.
As you wish.
What the fuck? She's still going after it.
Run if you can. It's an honor.
God damn it! I'm gonna kill Lina again.
Fall before us. With practice. Face your death.
Ah, shit.
Once more.
Life exit.
Hi, Ganna. Home was great. Runes, 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 runes.
One battle is hardly the war.
Get up, get up, get out there.
Actually, no, no, no. I don't want this reef. I actually want
To the impurities.
this and this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush phase beats. Oh, dude, this dude's not having a
They're
good time.
trying to knock down your middle tower.
We bring our blade. fight. As you wish.
What a fucking cunt. I hate people who are good at their heroes.
Already moving. Very well.
Dude, this guy's so annoying. Did anyone know that this guy would be this annoying? I didn't know.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Priag. Thanks, buddy.
So you say.
Oh my god.
What coward runs? We bring our blade
Yeah, well, we have phase boots now.
to battle.
You fucking little cunt. 406 move speed? Yeah, Priyak, we try to do Sven. Okay, remind me, okay? I forget really easily.
A fine idea.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Rally the troops and get over there!
Very well.
What is a good Juggernaut build? It depends on the game. So Max, what do you like about Korea? Women?
No.
Your
Real
middle
Lena?
tower's under
It's
attack.
fake, right? It's gotta be fake.
This is one of the things in the back column.
Swiftly now. The dragon's gaze finds.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Not to be pedantic, but it seems
Fucking
more
annoying
like
shit.
borrowing spells, Rubik. You cannot hide. Time to die.
Dire's putting up a barricade. Radiant
Oh, the
fortified
fucking fun
constructions.
police is back.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Yeah.
You fucking shit.
Yes.
I can't wait for this Pugna to just fucking die. What's Zeus doing here?
As you wish.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
As you wish. Yes. 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 What? Yeah. Yeah. Go. They die by our hand, not yours. Okay.
If he decrepify, okay. Isn't that a lot of mana for him to use?
Yes.
125.
Onward.
Okay, man, I have healing word. I don't care.
Uh-huh. Stand and fight.
Lena's here. Care.
It is my time.
Lion's here. Care.
Agreed. We bring our blade. Bounty. To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I haven't decided on my item build yet, by the way. I'm pretty sure I need.
Your middle
Oh
tower
my
is under
god!
attack.
I can spin!
Not your job or something?
Just didn't think they'd do so much damage so quickly. No, I needed my wand on my spacebar hotkey. And I might need to buy Nullifier eventually, maybe, because of this fucking Pugma.
I can do with more now. A bit beneath us. Your death approaches. Swiftly.
It's 250 health, won't kill.
Not yet. At last.
What the fuck? The healing ward died. Oh, we have a whole team down here, huh? Do they know Abaddon's here?
Of course.
Yep, yep.
We knew this time would come. The Dragon's Gate strikes. Time to die.
Dire structures
Oh,
are
Harrier.
fortified.
Forward. It's an honor.
You want to defend this tower, huh?
Attack!
Top tower needs some help. I'm over here.
Oh my god, I got everything thrown at me.
My pride.
Tower? Oh, they denied it too?
Are you even watching your top tower?
Zeus is here. It's too late.
I know I should just let them dead.
Come on, Zeus, get a kill.
Spree.
4 for 1, that's not good at all. Should I just go top now since everyone's just bottom?
Your top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
As you wish. We go. On it. Agreed.
Look at this. Does she have fucking people behind her? Why so arrogant?
We fight. What coward runs?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Radiant called in the fortification.
On it.
Oh shit.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm doing?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yeah, I need Manta for sure.
Our blade hungers.
Can I kill this Drow?
Yeah. Agreed, you will fall. Coming through! Whoa, what'd I miss? We bring up the door.
Come on, just a little bit more. 6 more seconds. Yeah, mana.
Not yet.
Oh shit. Oh damn it. I got 568
Dire
gold for Drow
structures
though.
are
That's pretty good.
fortified.
Yeah, we'll get Manta style right after this Maelstrom. Please grab it so I can buy my item.
Even I like it.
Someone grab this, please.
Juggernaut return.
Top tower is under attack. It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
Let me contribute. Yes. Of course. It's an honor. Run if you can.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Already moving.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Onward.
Did you see the look on their faces? Killing spree!
I want
To
agility.
battle.
I want the movement speed. Actually.
Die.
I'm not gonna buy defusal, even if there's a storm
Your
in the game.
bottom tower's kind of bad. Dig in and defend that sucker.
We're not ready. As you wish. We're not ready. To battle. You cannot hide. We're not ready. As you wish. A fine idea.
Should I really be farming bottom?
Very well.
Holy shit.
Coming through. Swiftly.
Fuck you! Die! Fuck this shit. CCTV, thanks for subscribing.
Yes. It is not time. Of course.
So they use Laguna there for sure, but not Finger Line.
It is not time.
¡Háchalo! Ay, Dios.
We go.
Ah, damn.
So you say.
Oh, fuck this here.
Swiftly now. Not yet.
Anyways, Amar, I don't really care about lockdown because I already decided that I am going to be getting Pistol Blade. And I just don't really care about the mana brain that much. And also, I got the movement speed talent.
Very well. We're not ready. So you say. Not yet. As you wish. Onward.
Yeah, map is dark, huh?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
We're
You
not
and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. On it.
I need to go bottom
Better
in
pop
just
on
a
over
second.
to your bottom tower.
It is not time. We fight.
I'm okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm okay.
Yes.
Calculated all of that.
Not yet. A tie to the impurity. Tribute. Your death approaches. It is not time.
Hi, Radin.
The unseen. As you wish.
Pero el otro, al que me pega. ¿Por qué? Este es al que no pega. Dios mío.
We bring our blade. Not yet. Your death approaches.
Okay, man. He's so fast. What does he have?
We're not ready. It's summer.
Oh my god. This. What does this Pugna have? Is it boost travel? Yeah, okay. Fucking Speedy Gonzalez over here. 495 move speed. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, you can't run from this guy. Looking at Red Bull, yeah. 2 Red Bulls.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Should I TP bottom to get that farm?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
Are you smoking? Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Not yet. Our blade has tasted better. Very well. No less than we deserve. As you
Your
wish.
mid tower could talk, and it'd be pretty mad at you.
We fight.
Ya, ya, se van a caer todos.
Of course. A fine idea.
Dire structures are fortified.
Battle call. Forward. It is not time.
Maybe I'll just Omni Slash this line.
The
Ah.
Chinese gaze finds you. As you wish. We're not ready.
Honestly, I'm good.
It's an honor. We fight.
Lena has 1700 HP. How much armor? 9 armor? Okay.
To battle.
Oh my god, that stun. Oh my god, that's
Ah, you.
that Ether Lens Light Strike Array, man. That was such a smart stun. Oh my god, it was like right here or something like that, right? Oh my god.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Actually, they're so dependent on magical damage, huh? Except for the drow.
Your top tower has fallen.
I might even want Scotty.
Oh, top tower needs some help.
Lift? Drow has Shadow
Your
Blade.
top tower needs some help.
Here and then buy this item.
Back on the brink of extinction.
So she's gonna feel overconfident, I would think.
As you wish.
Just approach her from the right angle.
Yes.
Let's see, 1600 HP.
On it.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yes.
Que va, Samantha, te va.
Not yet. Swiftly now. Not right. Over here now. It's time. Blame on blade.
My fucking spacebar, dude.
We're not ready. is not time. Run if you can. Okay. Onward.
Tower is under attack.
You know, Jug actually has pretty low win rate right now.
To battle.
It's kind of sad. He was too popular before though. Hi, Muttley.
We're not ready. We go.
What's this guy doing?
Manta style. Yes. You should be honored.
I'm gonna spin TP out.
Tower is under attack.
Get out. I'm gonna leave.
Touche. Here I am.
No damage, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So my next item, yeah, probably still gonna be Mjolnir. Mjolnir.
Already moving. We go. No retreat. Our blade hungers. It is not time. A fine idea. Already moving. So you say.
You better puff on over.
No,
to
they
your
have that
bottom
ward.
tower.
Yeah. We're not ready. Die. Not yet. We're not ready.
So the ward is right here. So if I sneak over here, grab it.
Uh-huh.
Solo.
Killing spree.
Yes.
Fuck is that fucking bitch?
Okay.
Oh man. Oh!
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Stand in front.
Oh, I should have used Manta quicker.
As you wish. Of course.
Your
No, I'm
middle
going
tower
bottom.
is
This is not a good time right now.
Go.
No lo vas a matar. No.
At last.
Pugna TP top. Pugna TP top.
As you wish. Bounty.
A fitting bounty.
Already moving. Bounty.
Bounty.
What?
I know you
power
see
comes?
Drow TPing here and you think I need a basher. And that is a reason, but it's not the best reason
Our
right now.
blade hungers. Yes.
I need to catch up on farm so bad.
Forward.
This is really scared that I'm gonna die.
Los tres, que se cura.
We bring our blade.
Normal, los tres.
Can I catch without him?
No, baby, vamos, baby.
What the? Holy shit! Holy shit, dude! She has fucking eggs. Ah. Five, man. Okay. I don't have Omni Slash earlier, dude.
I will have my revenge.
The top tower needs some help. Dire structures.
I said okay! How many times do I have to say that? Jesus!
You have my thanks. Our charge remains.
Scotty.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Do I want Scotty or do I want Abyssal? Let's see, Abyssal. 250 HP, 10 strength. That's still 450 HP.
Very well.
Yeah, I think Abyssal is a little bit better.
We fight.
Are we fighting this?
We're not ready. Yeah.
Holy shit. So
Oh, nice.
Agreed.
Killing spree.
As tribute.
you fucking die, bitch!
Not yet. Yes.
We still pushing? Why can't I get Abyssal? Look! I can't click on this Abyssal!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It is not time.
War. Ahí es war.
A finite. Our power increases. A fine idea. We bring our blade.
Ah,
Yes.
What are we doing? Are we just gonna do Roshan?
Swiftly now.
Okay.
Him and that ain't the bottom tower is under attack. That bad.
It is not time.
Even I like a good
Ooh,
fall.
your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Tower has fallen.
Nothing beneath us. Of course.
I guess they should threaten the tier 3 spell.
Not yet. Stand and fight.
The bottom tower is under attack. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good. bottom barracks has fallen. Finally, someone with worse luck than me. Over here! The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
You don't want to get out? You can get out.
Barracks is fallen.
Die! Oh my god, come
Double kill.
on. I don't understand Spanish. We traded top for bottom, but we lost the Aegis. This guy, man, I don't know what's going on. I think it's time we got rid of this Quelling Blade. And dude, I didn't have Talon Portal Scroll there. That was game losing mistake. To be quite honest. Like if I had there, I can spin TP, but I was actually trying to run towards the shop. I need BKB. I don't need BKB. I use Zeus's BKB.
The middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I towers under attack? Are you taking this seriously?
It's annoying. Mortal. It is not time. No less than you deserve.
I don't know what to do. I don't need to push out top. I don't know what I'm doing, dude.
It's a battle. It's an honor.
I tend to. Oh my god, dude. That Lina X, dude, is destroying me. Yeah, BKB into Lina X.
Killing spree! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Ah, qué basura.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, damn it.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magical.
I think that's GG, guys.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks
Respect
is fallen.
for other
Your middle
people's
barracks is fallen.
ideas.
Wicked sick.
I have spin and I have Mantis Style and I need BKB?
You got one less
Just shut up,
tower
dude.
now, by the way. Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Over here. Dire victory.
Oh man.
That wasn't too.
Oh well. That was
There is
pretty
no
decent.
honor in
I
defeat.
tried. Oh, I got a gift. Suppose you're playing CM today. Sorry, stream. I think I'm supposed to play Sven as well, right? Oh, this is from Pierce Thunderwrath. Oh, thank you, Pierce Thunderwrath. Oh. okay, alright. I play Kristen. But yeah, you're the one who donated for Sven, right? It was you? Can we have a party match now? Sure. Are you free? Where are you? Anyways, I mean, like, you should, even though you think that BKB is a really good idea, you should still respect other people's ideas. And as an example, would you agree that if I could use Abyssal Blade on Storm Spirit after he's been lifted or something like that? Okay, so imagine that Rubik lifts Storm Spirit, right? And then I Abyssal him, then I can kill Storm Spirit very easily, right? Like, BKB's already so much overkill, right? Like, I can dispel a lot of this shit. Like, I can Manta dodge a lot of this stuff or confuse them with Manta style. I can spin already, and I need BKB. That's too much. And if I buy BKB, I don't do damage. We already have damage problems. So as much as you like to jerk off BKB, right, you should still respect other people's ideas. Namdota said to make sure to use taunt. Was it CM? Taunt there? I'm not really sure. But here, I'm just gonna play. Oh boy. Damn, dude, you like everywhere, huh, Lagger? Yeah, you might as well tell Lifestealer to buy BKB, right? I mean, this is essentially the same thing. Oh god. I don't know what to do, dude. Okay, how about we try US East, okay? Hi, Mesh. Your name has a reason. Yeah, right. Understood? I mean, please don't let this happen again, okay? Anyways, let's check out
Sven here.
It's all fun and games
It is a
until
hat, right?
someone's
His head?
frozen solid.
shoulder. Oh no, it's a back. Huh? Oh man, oh my Crystal Maid's so decked out. Taunt? There's no taunt. I'll just quickly buy it. And we're gonna buy the annoying one, of course. I can buy this real quick. Okay, I bought the CM taunt. There we go. Thank you, Pierce Thunderat. At what MMR does Immortal start? I think 5.7k or 5.8. I think Prayag requested a Sven game earlier. Hey. Hey, friend. If you're here, I will do your Sven game first. Oh, wait. Yeah, I should do Sven game. Because someone needs to carry Lagger, and I can't carry a Crystal Maid. Hey, Lagger, I'm probably going to be playing... I'll speak to you in the voice chat in-game later on, but I'm probably going to be playing Sven, so I can carry you. Who's normal ping? My normal ping? Yeah, something like 20 on US West and 70 on US East. Hi Xing Shang, how you doing? $175 for that weapon? What the fuck? This one's only 24 cents. Kind of better than mine. English only, please. Yeah, I'm back in Canada, bud. What one did you have? Which weapon? I don't remember what it is. Blue and looks like a flower. 1.5 CAD. This one. Oh, this one. Do I need that web? I don't really need it. I just, since we're already decking out my Crystal Maiden, I'm just, you know, decking her out. How's the new hero? Hey, Inuyasha, it's not even available yet. We don't know anything about the new heroes. Can the enemy see where the puppy is, guys? Because I understand that there's an upgraded puppy. The enemy can't see puppy? Okay, good. It makes me feel nervous when they can see where I'm moving. Because I'm being trailed by a dog. Oh, hey! Lagger, did you just give me the Crystal Maiden weapon? Hey, thanks, buddy! Alright, well, we're gonna put this one on. Done. Pretty decked out. That smile makes my fast heart. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Raj, are you're a male, right? Yeah. You swing a little in the opposite direction, son. Can you blame him? Of course not. Yeah, I'm trying to find a better headgear, but I think the one that I have is really good already. Oh, I'm so glad this game didn't take that long to queue. Thanks,
Your turn to ban.
So is Prayag even here? Prayag?
5 seconds
Hey, man.
left.
No betting for now. Cause I gotta carry this Lagger guy. Ugh. Maybe I'll roll for him. Let's roll. Come on, 63.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Okay.
Your
No
pick
respect.
now. Meepo. What?
Alright.
Huh?
Thanks, Inuyasha. Do you ever get the feeling that, like, they pick,
10 seconds.
they don't have respect for you. They pick hard carry, and then you know what you
5
do? You just pick
seconds
hard
left.
carry as well. That's pretty throwy, but don't you get the urge that you want to do that sometimes? So I rolled, and then he says roll, and then he picks Face's Void. Okay, you roll. Fuck. He wins the roll anyways. And they have fucking techies. Oh, God. This fucking game. And I have no sound effects.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Thanks for the F.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Yeah, he picks Void and then
Yeah,
he
who am I
rolls?
kidding?
Like, what? What if I didn't want to play Face's Void? I guess he could have moved to the off lane, but... I mean, he didn't really know that someone else wanted to play off lane, right? Still kind of a douchey
10
thing to do.
seconds. 5 seconds left.
Alright, I'm playing Crystal Maiden. Alright there, Purist Thunder Wrath. Playing Crystal Maiden. Wait, who's our offlaner? Am I the offlaner? Phoenix, you wanna play 3?
Your pick. This is where you win.
I can
or
support.
lose.
Pierce Thunderwrath said he's gonna go out for a little. Why didn't I play ranked? Because I am playing with a 1K player from India. Not a good idea to play ranked. Okay, how do I lane against this Bristleback as a Crystal Mean and Void? Techie probably might be there too. Need a wand. Thanks, Lulu.
Feel the chill. Swiftly.
Taste.
From the expert.
My thing is enormous.
Let's go.
I love this part.
Yeah, we probably fucking lost, dude. I'm playing Crystal Main. Laggers lagging like shit and playing mid. Zeus. Wait, coach? Yeah, I coach for donation, RG. You want some coaching? Thanks, Hanif.
Attack.
Just 300, he says.
Agreed. I'll not argue. Down.
30 seconds to showtime. Watch the door before the battle starts.
My
So get cracking.
Faster. Here's ice in your eye. Yes.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
Easy runes?
It's all fun and games until someone's frozen solid.
Oh, I'll freeze him,
I
Zaniga.
move.
I will. Need to get a wand. You bought Quelling Blade but not wand? Oh my god, and this is our carry?
Forward.
Shit, dude. I can probably win this Osama if I was playing carry,
I
but
thought as much.
I'm playing Crystal Main.
Indeed. Into the breach.
This guy doesn't have stealth shields even, dude. This is like the worst Void build I have ever seen in my life.
Here I come.
Not even exaggerating. Oh, you can suicide.
To battle. On. Indeed. Here I come.
You guys like that last minute wand usage? Yeah, I calculated. I was like, okay, his explosion should do almost exactly 225 damage, and I have 2 wand charges, so theoretically I should survive this. Hey, yeah, Hanif, yeah, this is new Arcana. Dude, buy a wand! Hey, Void, buy magic stick, dude.
Forward.
Oh, I don't even know what to say. Like, what do you even say when someone like doesn't even understand Dota? I
Yes.
suppose I already said it.
Swiftly.
He's gonna blast off at your ass, dude.
On.
Oh my god, he's so bad!
I'll
This
not
is the guy who's carrying.
Agreed.
My god, why you...
You are right. Sorry.
He said sorry?
My temperature's dropping.
Okay. Well, at least he knows
The
how to
ice will
apologize.
bite. Fangs
It's gonna be
of ice.
fucking hard. I think we probably already lost, to be quite honest.
Into the breach.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I'm burning up.
You even watching your top tower?
You make a right pincushion.
Actually, why didn't this guy just TP back?
It just
Your
keeps getting
top tower
better.
is under attack.
Just keeps getting better.
You gotta do something about it, or just sit there looking funny. So fight!
Let's go.
Oh. We fucking lost.
I thought as much.
Does anyone think that I'm gonna win this game besides Lulu-chan?
I move.
Be honest. Hello, Amin. Welcome back. Do we understand each other? Priag. Oh, I messaged you like 3 times earlier. 1% chance of winning. Amar, you think I'm gonna win?
Indeed.
It's okay. What
Into
does
the
my
breach.
stealth shield do?
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Agreed.
It's always possible to win. Yeah, I mean it's always
Swiftly.
possible. They could all disconnect.
I'll freeze you fast. Down you go.
Easy money. You guys want some?
The ice will
You
spike.
guys want some advice on how to play against techies? So when you play against techies and you think there's gonna be mines
To battle.
in your area, just when you click and you move, just click a very short distance
On.
in front of you, like this. You see how like my mouse is very close to my character. That way,
Yes.
you know, you don't just run into mines.
This'll come in handy.
I mean, what I was saying is that respect other people's ideas.
Faster. Here I come.
So Zeus is here. Storm 6 yet?
I'll not argue. I thought as much.
Zeus is like, didn't he just TP in? But he's not even full HP.
I move. I'll freeze you fast.
Dude, the sentry's still there. Go, Ricky.
Into the breach.
Oh, he just hit
Here's
6.
ice in your eye. Let's go. Haste.
Oh god, that's my carry.
Yes.
What do I do, guys? Pray to Gaben.
Forward. Swiftly.
Yeah, I think this forward, he's probably 1k or something like that.
To battle.
I mean, my Zeus is 1k, so probably around that MMR.
Fangs of ice. Indeed.
Well, this guy actually has momentum.
On.
Oh shit!
I thought as
That was
much.
really close.
I'll not argue.
Dude, this magic saved me so many times. Just gonna reach some
I
experience.
move.
Football match.
Agreed. Here I come. Here I come.
Alright, we're gonna go buy boots now.
I'll not argue. I'm burned.
Alright,
Bish bash
we're not gonna buy boots.
It just keeps getting better.
Oh god, this. Why he go for the rune?
Your middle
Like, he
tower's
won't make
under
it anyways.
attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Swiftly.
Maybe we can kill Gyro.
On. Down.
Go for the fucking Gyro, dude! How does he not have any more spirits? Oh my god. Dude, we fucking lost this
Agreed.
game. I guarantee it.
Let's go. Yes. Forward. Into the breach. Faster.
Even mountains to dust.
Your top
I don't know
tower
what to
needs
say.
some help.
Yeah, it's...
Rally the
think we
troops
lost.
and get over there!
Indeed. To battle.
Well, this guy has egg now. Oh. Shit, okay.
Let's go.
Coming. Egg?
Swift as the wolves of Iceland. I thought as
You gonna dive in spirit?
much. Swiftly.
over here.
Agreed.
Well, we got the Gyro
Killing
before.
spree! Double
We got the
kill!
Gyro. If we support. It's not a terrible trade. Hey Almaz, this is my main account.
This here? Ah.
Oh man. We are not doing hot.
Into the breach. On. Faster. I move.
Dominating!
I'll not argue.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Forward.
Okay, maybe with Supernova.
They're trying to knock
Interesting.
down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
This ain't yours.
Your mid tower can talk and it didn't do that. Killing spree!
How is Void doing? Let's see. He has brown boots, more mass,
Double kill!
Hey, we actually, it was 3 for 1.
I didn't see that coming.
He's actually ahead in levels of the Bristleback. What? How?
Not yet.
I don't understand this game.
Here I come.
There's still hope. Well, I mean, everything's possible. 10% probability of winning, maybe.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna jungle a bit.
Down you go. Faster.
Can I stack both of these?
Tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
I'll not argue.
Top tower is under attack.
Attack.
Okay, we have our ultimate now,
Dire's putting up a
so
barricade.
maybe we can combine egg
I
and freezing
move.
cold.
The top tower is under attack.
Thanks, Amar. I need to focus on watching me talk. Oh my god! Why? What? He's from the wrong direction! Oh shit, dude. Okay, we fucking lost.
Into the breach. Here I come. To battle.
Becky's bomb. You hit your spirits, dude.
Let's go.
This Phoenix also doesn't know how to play his hero.
Your top tower just got denied. Nailed it.
On. Forward. This one's all mine.
I'm your god too.
You.
Yes. Cold as death.
Oh shit.
I am here. Not much.
Okay. Well played. Ooh, sarcastic.
You only live. How'd that happen? Here I come.
Come on, Phoenix, help me out.
I'll not argue.
He has egg.
Let's go.
He died.
I'm burning up.
Ricky says he needs to farm because he needs Diffusal Blade over our mid Zeus.
Nothing like a little cooldown. It's not time yet. To battle.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
So for Yag, how long are you gonna be watching this? Because I know you requested a spend game.
Swiftly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no
Storm
more.
has pretty much full mana.
I move. Indeed. Ice, take you.
Mega kill!
Blew the man down.
I thought as much.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Let's see. Phoenix has egg in 20 seconds. We probably have Chrono.
Agreed.
We could
Dire
theoretically
structures are fortified.
defend this.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You're gonna watch the entire stream? Is that right? If Phoenix come bottom.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
It's too late now, I think.
Into the breach.
Talk to my team. What do you think I've been doing the entire time?
Faster.
not.
When did I not talk to my
Let's
team?
go. Agreed.
Oh,
I've
not
got
type.
goosebumps.
Sometimes you don't have the energy to do that kind of shit.
On.
I mean, is it not obvious that I just click on Chrono like that, say it like that, and then click on his TP?
Swiftly.
It's so obvious, right? I don't know what else to say, dude. If you can't understand that,
Into
then
the
I
breach.
have no hope for you.
Yes. I thought as much.
What? Go Chrono.
To battle.
Oh, there's a ward here.
Your maidenly charms were wasted on me.
Oh no, he used Mask of Madness.
Killing spree!
Just always apologize to your team. That's a reference from yesterday, right?
Dominating! Double kill! You better
One by one, really? Now you come, Ricky?
My eyes fights deep.
This is good.
Mega kill! Triple kill! The top tower needs some
I'll
help.
not argue.
Extra taste! How'd that happen?
Ward has Chrono still, right?
I move.
Your top tower is under attack!
That's lit.
Dire structures are fortified.
Forward.
Like this should be obvious, right?
Top tower has
TV's
fallen!
on cooldown? Okay, whatever.
My eyes fights deep.
Oh my god.
Indeed.
There we go. Oh, you can get screwed.
Into the breach.
Death on
Get out of here before Storm Spirit kills me!
Forward.
Oh shit. Time dilation? Is it, dude? Did I just fucking debate Storm Spirit? Oh shit!
Indeed.
Oh dude! 4 for 0! That's great. Wow. 322. Well played.
Swiftly.
That's what fucking Jao said earlier when Tiger tried to buy back the kill.
I thought as much. Attack.
Should I just go Midas and try to carry this game?
Here I come.
Storm Spirit is back up. Okay, well I just got 200 HP talent, so. No, and I canceled.
Agreed. Let's go. Ah. Fangs of ice. I'll not argue.
So maybe we'll go second item Midas.
This
Oh boy.
Yes.
Well played.
I move.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack.
Storm Spirit's missing.
Into the breach.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen.
Have Glimmer.
To battle.
Hope you like the attention. I bet he fucking does. Sucks when you don't get enough attention, alright?
Let's go.
Should ask your mom and dad to give you some.
The ice wolves bite. I move.
Oh boy. A little late for this party.
Agreed.
Double kill.
Oh, dude, I pressed the wrong button for Glimmer Key. I was gonna Glimmer the Void.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
Unfortunately, none of our sound effects. Dude, just fight him, dude. Just fight.
Ah!
yeah, over.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, I actually tried to press the C button to Glimmer the Void, but I was mashing space. We're gonna get Midas.
I thought as much. Here I come. Swiftly.
Your bottom
Here's
tower is
my
under
green
attack.
light. I feel colder already. Forward.
Okay, this Void might just get himself killed in a sec. Oh shit.
I'll not argue. To battle. Here I come.
What'd I tell ya?
Spree. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Ah,
Dire structures are
Phoenix
fortified.
has egg.
I thought
You
as
better
much.
puff on over to your bottom tower.
Ice, take you.
The bottom tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy. Down you go.
And now you all but what I'm on.
You were my target all along.
Let's go. I'll freeze you.
Bitch!
Double kill.
Fasting.
Dead on the dotted
Okay.
line.
Forward. Agreed.
Void has Chrono, right? Void has Chrono.
Swiftly.
Oh baby! Should have ulted? Why? When I can ult now?
I move. Indeed.
Well played, right? Well played.
Into the breach. I'm not ready.
Sometimes it pays the fish.
I'll not argue.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Faster.
Just talk with your teammate. I mean, that's super obvious kind of stuff, you know? Like, wipe your ass after you shit.
Ice
Am I
wave.
right, guys?
Ice, take you.
How much talking do I need to do?
Agreed.
Don't die. Yeah. Good one, guys.
I move. I thought as much.
Okay, you fuck. You have sentry. Oh shit!
Go.
Woo!
To battle.
Sucker. Gonna carry this game
Here
yet?
I come.
0-8 Crystal Main ahead of the net worth.
Dominating! On edge!
Yes. The ice wolves bite. I'll not argue.
That was real close, eh?
Into the breach.
I can save you. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
Swiftly. Forward.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Dominate!
Oh, hey.
Kill.
It all worked
I
out.
move.
We're actually gonna. We might actually fucking win this game.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Indeed.
Can't believe it.
damage.
Can you guys believe it? I can't. Actually, I might need to back up
Yes.
this void.
Let's go.
If you time walk towards
To battle.
the rocket, you won't be stunned for taking.
I'll not argue.
Jesus Christ.
Agreed.
Unstoppable!
Oh fuck. He's gonna die.
Forward.
No one died.
Faster.
What'd I miss?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I thought as much.
Blew it.
Swiftly. Into the breach.
Gotta use this Midas. We're gonna stack in Midas.
Plane. Here I come. This'll come in handy.
So I think we
thought
get
as
eggs
much.
or something like that. Yeah, maybe we'll go BKB Blink Dagger, and then we
I'll not
blink
argue.
into Chrono, and then yeah. Bing bada boom. Or we can.
Down
Should we, okay,
you
should we
go.
do right click Crystal Maiden, or Freezing Field combo with
Into the
Void
breach.
Crystal Maiden? What do you guys think? They're both pretty tempting and fun to attempt. Not
Your
gonna lie.
bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
My
has
eye
fallen.
spikes deep. Agreed.
Desolator? I don't know about Desolator. FF. Freezing Field
Down.
combo.
Radiant's
think about it.
courier has been killed.
Yes.
All right.
Forward.
So some two of you guys think
I'll
right click.
freeze you fast.
We'll see.
Attack.
We'll see. Because I don't know, the 250 damage, 250 attack speed, it's gonna be sick.
Here's ice in your eye. Indeed. Yes. Is it cold in here? Or is
So
it just
if this
me?
Storm Spirit just simply by dust, I can't.
Here I come.
I can't actually do this. But I'm pretty sure he's too lazy. Hi, I'm Hotep. Yeah, I'm back in Canada. Oh shit. Do I even need the TP?
Fangs of ice.
See, I'm the real Curie. Might be mine.
Swiftly.
Time flies.
Down you go.
I think. Okay, I think I've decided that we're gonna do right click carry. Something, guys.
I take you.
I have 4,000 gold, dude. What the fuck? When did I
Let's
just get so
go.
rich? Oh yeah, I remember. When I spent the last 5 minutes farming.
Attack! I move.
Dragonlance. That.
Here I come. Fangs of ice. Die.
Double kill.
Swiftly.
Alright, so we're gonna put this down and this down. Go 4 staff? Nah, I'd rather just go BKB. Actually, I don't even care mobility at all. Alright,
I'll not
look
argue.
at my items, Chris.
Forward.
Hi Musa, welcome back.
Indeed. My eyes bites deep.
Okay, let's finish Mjolnir.
I thought as much.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Into the breach.
Killing spree.
600 mana scrolls.
Here's ice in your
Keep running.
eyes.
Dominate. Double kill.
Agreed.
And some.
Got him. Fucking hacker. Who's hacker?
My
Who's hacking?
temperature's dropping.
Fucking hacker.
Let's go. I move.
Ricky's hacking.
Yes. This'll come in handy.
He's invis the entire game. He's Ricky,
battle.
but he's Ricky.
Bounty.
So, oh yeah, we don't have sound effects right now. Yeah, I'll make the sound. Okay.
Swiftly. The ice will bite.
Dude, this is satisfying.
I'll not argue. Yes.
Mega kill.
I think Storm Spears will come up here. Hopefully he doesn't buy dust. Actually, I should probably just fuck off.
Into the breach.
Storm Spear's coming. He has dust. No, don't pull me!
Let's go.
Damn it! Oh no! Abyssal Blade too? He has Abyssal Blade?
Blow them
Oh, yeah.
down.
Whatever, dude. We're back in a minute. I'm
Little
moving back.
tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Yeah, you know, Musa, I started as a support crystal maiden, but then I didn't trust my teammates. So I decided to play carry crystal maiden.
Yo, sounds good. You ever been underneath this pit? A lot of good stuff down there. Killing spree! Unstoppable!
Ice never dies.
have a wall here.
Okay, I'm
Here
back.
I come. Agreed.
Alright, so after Mjolnir, what item should we get, guys? BKB? BKB sounds pretty good. Although, more
Ah.
damage is tempting. Okay, BKB. Von Raper, of course.
Forward. Bang! Twice. Indeed.
Fucking hacker!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Where's Courier? Oh,
To
fuck.
battle.
Thought I had the Mjolnir Obscurity. What do I do? It's right here. Come on, get your items. Oh shit.
I thought as much.
What's my 25 talent? Plus 1.5 second frostbite duration? Or 300 crystal nova
Faster.
damage? 560. Aegis is down.
I
Bro,
move.
this earphone not looking good for your face. Wear your normal headset. What's wrong with these earphones?
I move.
I think they look just fine.
Let's see
We got the
better.
Courier back over it.
Agreed.
Kinda lacking on armor though.
On. I'll not argue. Her wind was messing up my snowflakes. Let's go.
Supports, go grab
Here
the
I come.
runes.
Yes. Attack.
Are these new earphones? No, these are the same old green ones I've always.
My temperature's dropping.
If you're wearing headset and play
Down you
Meand,
go.
it's just awesome. What does Meand mean? Bear in mind, yeah, you're absolutely right. Good thing we have a sentry.
Faster.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Die. Swiftly.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Godlike!
The ice bite.
Enemy's bottom
Storm's gonna kill me, guys.
Die.
Storm's gonna kill me!
I'm burning up.
Storm didn't kill me, guys. I killed myself. If you think about it. Support void. Oh, that Manta dodge was actually good. You guys almost got Scotty. Got it. Got it. Is this the comeback? Wow, where'd you get that sexy CM set? My good friend Purist Thunderwrath. Have you seen my Crystal Main build, sir? We started out as support Crystal Main, but then I realized my Faces Void started with Circlet. His first item was, I think, Circlet, one set of Tangos, and a Quelling Blade. No Stout Shield. We were also laying against Bristleback, and he didn't buy Wand until I spammed him to buy Wand. Yeah. So we went from Crystal Main support to Crystal Main carry.
Dire structures
Also,
are
Phoenix doesn't know how
fortified.
to play Phoenix, so yeah, we went from support Crystal
Top
Main to
tower
carry
needs
Crystal
some
Main.
help.
True story. Is this unranked? Yeah. Hi, Wayne.
Your top power is under attack.
How did Storm die? What is this? Storm died to Ricky. Okay. So Storm died to Ricky. And Ricky dies to Ogre. Okay, gotcha.
My ice bites deep.
Juggernaut with magical damage for donation. Good start for new set. I know, right? This is a great start. Dude, the first 20 minutes I was like, we fucking lost! We fucking
I'll
lost!
freeze you fast.
Gotta use this Midas. Actually, no, we can start using this Midas on the really shitty creeps like this one. We don't really need speed.
Indeed.
Hi, Merwin.
Into the breach. To battle.
So, which talent do you guys think I should get?
I thought
So I can get the plus 1.5 frostbite duration, or the 300 crystal nova damage.
to battle.
I honestly don't know.
I take you.
One. Hi, James.
Death's bound.
How you doing, friend?
I move.
Frostbite. Damage. I mean, they both have damage. Isn't this build what
Let's
Liquid did at
go.
TI? I don't think. I think
Double
GH
damage.
bought Desolator and
Okay.
something.
On.
Lockdown. Yeah, I'm
Agreed.
favoring the lockdown.
Into the breach. Here's ice.
Oh, some shit's about to go down. Oh, Void might die. Dead.
I thought as much.
I do my work.
Oh shit! To be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised I survived as long as I did. You know what we should get next?
Much love for this man.
Thanks, James! Satanic! Yeah, it's been decided already. In fact, I'm gonna buy the Reaver right now. Yeah, we're gonna do Satanic, and then we're gonna do another damage item. And we replace Satanic with Glimmer Cape, because we're not a fucking support. Fuck that.
I'm open all night.
Satanic into Monkey King Bar into Moonshard into Divine. You're surprised it didn't armlet? Well, I wasn't sure. Because like at first I wanted to play a proper support Crystal Maiden. And then my teammates were a bunch of fucking so I was like, okay. Well, CM has some carry capabilities, so let's start carrying. Then I bought a Midas. No, I went Tranquil Boots, and then I was like, okay, we're gonna buy a Glimmer Cape so we can survive Storm and save teammates as a proper support. And then I realized that my teammates were a bunch of monkeys, so then I bought my Hand of Midas. And then I had 5,000 gold out of nowhere. We bought Mjolnir, and we bought Dragonlance, then we bought BKB, and here we are.
This me?
Oh, if they finish Roshan, I can buy my Satanic right now. Oh wait, no, I can sell. I was gonna sell that anyways. There we go. Well, I should be there just in case some crazy shit happens. Doesn't Glimmer Cape actually give you attack speed? Yeah, 20. Interesting.
Yes.
Boot replacement, if anything, would be for boost travel. Yeah, I need to get rid of this Midas as
Here I
well.
come.
Oh yeah, our biggest problem is still techies.
I'll not argue.
Oh, Look at those bombs. Oh,
Forward.
surely you want a bit more value from Midas? I do. Although I do think that
Here
this
I
game's
come.
plugging in real soon. Oh shit! Wait, what? Oh, Abyssal was used
Yes.
on an illusion.
I thought as much.
Should I just frontline it? I only have 9 armor though.
Let's do better. Swiftly. I'll not argue.
He just used cooldown, dude.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Sorry to hear that, Jeans.
Into
Hope
the
things get
breach.
better. I still have your Arcana that you gave me the other day.
Down you go.
I'm waiting for the viewers to go up a little bit before we. Oh, shit. Doesn't have any more mana, dude. He's just gonna die to my right clicks.
Frozen wait. I'll fix your down.
Tower is under attack.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Ah,
I'm fucking rooted. I don't want to use BKB. Just get out of root.
indeed.
Bitches. Yeah, you better back off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Battle.
I'm gonna stand right over here.
My enemy's middle
Oh,
barracks
oh. That Abyssal. Oh, this is not enough. No. Where's my Glimmer Cape? Why did I sell my Glimmer Cape? Oh shit. Ricky buyback to fucking run from this shrine? Oh, he has boots of travel. Yeah, the problem with my Satanic is you can't life leech from the lightning damage. And I only really do 200 damage per right click. So what we need is Divine Rapier. This is actually a really intense game of Overcooked. 100% concur with this planning. Yeah. Smoke weed every day. Yeah, I think even if I drop this Divine Rapier, still probably gonna win, so should be okay. Pike for escape? You want me to use Pike on the enemy so that they can escape, right? Why would I want them to escape? I want to kill them. What? Once I have this Divine Rapier, who's gonna stop me? You can drop the Rapier if Storm jumps you or Techie's mines. You know what, Hodaifa? You're absolutely right. Which is why I'm gonna use my teammates as bait first. But Ahmad, this is what I'm saying. I don't need to escape.
It just keeps getting better.
I'm gonna buy my Divine Rapier right now. Okay.
Yes. I see that.
No.
Swiftly.
He thinks I'm joking. He thinks
Here I
I'm joking.
come.
He probably thinks I'm joking. Well.
Into the breach.
Woo! I blocked this camp.
Indeed.
Haste!
Oh, I have shitty green boots,
I
huh?
thought as much.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
On. Let's go.
How many attack speed is that? Yes.
I move. Faster.
Satanic will do wonders now.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Yeah, but
I'll not
yeah,
argue.
really, we should get the Aegis. Yeah, it's proper play.
Forward.
You have an opinion on Henry Dota? I used to. I used to think he was really, really, really toxic. But I watched his stream like 2 weeks ago, and he seemed like a normal dude.
Agreed.
But that was just like I
not
spent like an
arguing.
hour watching him. He seemed okay for that 1 hour. But last year when I watched the stream, he was so toxic.
Swiftly.
And he's been accused of buying accounts and shit, right? So, I don't know.
Faster.
So how many buybacks? We have only a buyback on Phoenix. It's kind of risky.
To battle.
He can be pretty toxic. Oh, you watch him too? Yeah, last year he was extremely
Here I
toxic.
come.
This year, I mean, I think he's been trying really hard to not be toxic.
Yes. Indeed.
He's doing a good amount of like, you mean like mechanical ability?
Agreed.
He hit 7K? Oh wow.
This one's all mine.
Did he actually play all those games on stream with his camera on?
Forward.
Because he's been accused of playing accounts, yeah. You want me to put that in my ops? Okay, I'll put it down.
Into the breach.
Dude, that route is so fucking long. I need to wait for my satanic. Yeah.
On.
Hey, Void's dead here. Oh god, this is actually not good. Back, back.
Swift as the rolls of ice.
Die! Die!
You move like a blue heart glacier.
Uh-oh. Undermine Rapier. Oh well. Well, I mean, if Henry, you know, Raw Dota hit 7K on his own, then he hit it on his own, and he deserves it. I threw this game pretty hard, didn't I, guys? Nam Dota was totally enabling my behavior. Oh, dude, you're not.
Can't have it.
What about second DR? Okay, fine. Do I ever want to try for 7K? Yeah, I used to, James. The only thing is, I've always had a problem with.
Down we go.
Anyone could see that it's
So,
your time.
if you wanna be like the top tier players, you just have to try so hard, right? And I don't know if it's that fun to try so hard. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to relax and take it easy. I'm pretty old, man. I just want to take it easy, not like stress. I know some people might find like trying to be a superstar player really fun. What about 7K for money? Well, everyone's got their price, right? Yeah. You play safe only when you went for 7K? Yeah.
This me?
Oh, this Void. He almost has a buyback.
Faster.
Hi, Buddha.
Here's ice in your eye. Attack.
Have your secretary send me an invoice. Alright, Lulu, you ready?
I thought as much.
But yeah, I watch Henry Dota's plays. He's a really good puck, right? Like some of his what's the ability called where you just disappear?
Indeed.
No, it's not jaunt. It's phase shift, right? Oh, I was just like, wow, that guy is like, he's so ready to press that button, you know? I was like, damn.
Agreed. Let's go.
Can you use your diffusal blade? Can you use your fuck? I'll just pop his link into my gun. Did I take it here? Who took it?
I'll freeze you down.
Who took what?
Meet Mr.
Storm's dead.
Swiftly.
Second Divine Rapier.
The Ice Wolves bite.
Oh, you found me.
You
Into
think
the
I'm joking? You think I'm fucking joking?
Here's ice in your
Or
eye.
mines. Bombs? Bombs? Come on, supports.
Yes.
Put that in your fucking words. Oh shit! Oh, I'm here. Oh shit! Divine Rapier!
Here I come.
There's Storm Spirit, dude. You're gonna fucking rape me. Where's the Divine Rapier, anyways? Oh boy. He's coming back! Still have Satanic BKB. What about their bombs? Do they have bombs here?
Like the sun, I rise again.
Should I just go buy my second Divine Rapier right now? I think so.
On. I do know.
I gotta buy this.
I'll not argue.
There we go.
Greetings, my friend.
This'll come in handy.
Got it. So, where is the Divine Rapier anyways? The one that I originally bought.
I move.
Oh, the pigs got it.
My ice bites.
We should fight again fast.
Down.
Oh! Second Divine Rapier!
He's here again.
Oh!
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You
Oh, Rick, you don't die, man.
I'm sure you just
Fire take you.
That was really close.
Forward.
I wonder if this ogre will.
Drop it.
Report ice?
Let's
I think he
go.
means me. Wait.
Ice.
I got this.
How many of those things tower has fallen? You waste too much time.
I did.
Killing spree.
I don't know. I don't understand what this guy's talking about.
Well,
GG. Oh man. Actually, who has the highest net worth in this game? I wonder. 20s. Oh. Well, actually, Void beat me, and Techies actually has more even. Wow. Anyways, Crystal Maiden. Priyag, you're here. Shall we do this Fen game? Should have tipped the Void in the end. Yeah, maybe. Hey, look, I did 45,000 hero damage. 10,000 building damage? Priyag, we do spend now, okay, bud? Hello, Kona Yuki. Hello, Raima. And I even supported a little bit. Look, see? I bought 3 observer words.
Easy CM game.
Easy CM game. Thanks, hero underscore donation for the $100 US. Oh, you gotta go, Lagger? Okay, bud. Damn, $100 US. Thank you. Alright, next game is gonna be a Sven game. Oh wait, yeah, we should keep for West as well. Yeah, I had double rapier. Nope, no, I picked it up. I was like, ooh, second rapier. Unfortunately, Musa, since we're gonna be playing Sven regardless of the draft, we're gonna play unranked. Man, I like to draw listening to your voice. Hey, Rama. Glad I relax you so much. We still have a coaching session? Sure, Lagger. Just let me know when, okay, buddy? Yeah, the game was a total shit show in the beginning. Yeah, they had like, what, this is like, what, 60-70% chance to win? Yeah, it's a total shit show. But somehow this Crystal Maiden, who started at the bottom, ended up near the top! Near the top! Oh, look, I was actually at first place at one point. Near the top! The top! Glad you like the game, Lagger. But to be honest, I actually just decided that I didn't trust my teammates, and I was like, okay, I need to carry this. So I spent a lot of time farming. Although, in a proper game, you're actually supposed to not do that, and you are supposed to stick near your cores, not farm, because they're supposed to farm, and you keep them alive and you glimmer them. But actually, I just started farming. I was like, fuck it. Thank you, Priya. Glad you like the game. What CM game are you talking about, Benito? You played CM? It was total shit, so you had to carry it. Yeah, it was. What about Invoker game? I can play Invoker for donation. Would you like to make a donation, Ahmad? This Nightbot is like doubling up, huh? What the fuck? That is unnecessary. Hi, dear. What is a Nightbot command? Exclamation mark Discord. Sure, Lagger. Just let me know. You going to sleep, right, bud? Okay. Let's test Nightbot. Okay, Nightbot doesn't seem to be doubling up. Okay, maybe that's good. Yeah, I did win that game, Danny. Did you watch the beginning of that game? Oh my god, I thought we were gonna lose. Oh, you did watch the beginning of the game. Yeah, man, it was depressing. I was looking, like, I wanted to play safe lane carry because I wanted to carry, right? And this Void, he just first picked Void, even after I rolled. And then he didn't have Stout Shield, he didn't have Magic Stick against Bristleback. Yeah, I was, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I actually have the highest GPM in the game. Huh. Yeah, even though this Void has more net worth than me, actually my GPM is highest in the game. You know what? Yeah, you know what? The Void, he got the Aghanim Scepter buff from Roshan, I think, right? Did he? Or did he buy it himself? How does he have more net worth than I do? I mean, I only spent like 400 gold on support items. And yet, he has like 4,000 more net worth than I do. How does that even work? I think I bought back once, maybe twice. I don't think, even then, like, I'm sure Void bought back at least once too. Welcome back, Sam. Is this the one from Roshan? You guys are, actually we can check the graph. Yeah, because that would make a lot of sense if it was the one from Roshan. You missed one fight when you gone for bath.
Ooh,
Okay.
you get to ban someone.
I gotta play Sven. Who counters Sven and his meta?
5 seconds
3
left.
Let's see. Let's look at Void's items. So he got the Ice Scotty right here, and then he bought a point booster? No, he actually bought the eggs himself. So how does he have more net worth than me? I just don't fucking understand. I mean, I sold my Midas, and you kind of lose, like, what? 8,000 net worth? Maybe it's a combination of... I think I only bought back once, though, and he bought back once. I just don't fucking get it. We have techies on our team? Okay. Hopefully he does things. Maybe he's a hacker. Maybe him and Rick are hackers. He consumed his eggs? Well, I mean, even if you consume your eggs, it's counted towards your net worth, though, right? Wait, it says it's in his backpack. Oh, he probably had Aegis and then he... Okay, this is just really weird. Oh shit.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Whatever, I just...
There, Meepo.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I just second pick Sven. But I am actually solo queued on my Immortal account. And I don't have someone like Lagger bringing down the average MMR. Oh shit. Your net doesn't include your first raw? Your raw? Your raw? Does it include Rapier? Are you serious? Oh, is that how it works? Why wouldn't it include that? That's kind of weird that it doesn't. Why do I always play Sven? Yes, guys. Why do I always play Sven? Do you guys see a lot of Svens here? I see one here. Come on, Chris. You don't know shit!
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who might your pick? This is where you win or lose.
You get the net worth back on pickup. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't fucking get it. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I don't care that much. But still, it's just weird. Did I gain weight? Yes, I did. Techies, Kunkka, Phoenix Lane. Okay. Am I really gonna be farming by myself? Should I just buy a shit ton of regen? Mid. Wait, who's the safe lane carry? Okay, safe, off lane, and sure. Wait, what? Arc Warden's a core for sure. So it might be core, Leshrac, mid Leshrac, safe lane Arc Warden, off lane Underlord. Off lane Underlord with Leshrac. Alright, so we're gonna observe where my teammates go. If my teammates, if 3 of them go into the off lane and I'm left to fend for myself, I'm buying another tango.
On the way. Aye.
Guess I'm not.
Fortune and glory await!
It falls to me to inform you that this one is in the bag.
Hey Gunter, Halim, for future references, man, don't talk about people's appearances unless it's something positive, okay? You understand what I'm saying? This goes double, especially for women, you know? Trust me.
At last.
You'll do better in your relationships. The enemy has 1 immortal rank, 1205, and 3 ancient players. You have 1 divine and 2 ancients. Okay. Thanks, Matt. Here, I'll copy and paste what you
30
said.
seconds to showtime!
And I said, don't talk about people's appearances unless it's something positive. We don't have courier? Yeah, we do.
Okay. Aye. Why not? So you say.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for!
The time has come.
To the secret shop.
Of course.
Should I just stun him?
That's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna stun him just to get rid of his clarity, but it doesn't seem like we need it.
Yes.
Glad you understand, Gunter. Trust me, just follow that advice for life, and you're gonna do well.
That's right. Mm-hmm. I'll do it. Yeah.
Fuck you, dumbass. Peter.
Oh, Jesus. Toxicity starting already.
Yes, sir. My code compels me.
First blood!
Very proper.
What the? Oh.
Very well.
This guy's being toxic.
Never cross me.
Hey, can we cut down on the toxicity?
Right. Good enough.
Whoa! That was good.
Good choice. Bow down. Good.
Oh, you fuck. Oh, that could have been good.
Yes. Good idea.
Dude, this invoking pays attention. I like that.
Denied.
I should buy this magic stick for that reason.
So you say? That's not yours. By the outcast blade. Die now.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of my fault. I should tell Invoker to stun at exactly the moment that I stun the Emperor.
Run if you can. On the way.
Fuck is the problem?
Boss. The battle.
You got a Q, buddy? You got a Q? Yeah, you do.
Aye. Good enough. Yeah,
Hey Joseph, I don't stream on Twitch because there's too much competition.
good.
There's 4 wards in stock? Hey Johnny, when are you
Yes.
not free today?
Never cross denied.
God, Earthshaker's so annoying in lane. Oh,
Down, down. Never yet.
free all day? Oh, I thought you were gonna go
Why
to your
not?
girlfriend's place. Are you not gonna head there and stay there for the week
I
or something
fight.
like that? Or did I misunderstand what you said? You said you're gonna go head towards your
Forward.
girlfriend's place.
It's only proper.
This Earthshaker's fucking all up in my shit.
I can do no less.
You know what? Maybe I should just ignore the aftershock. 75 damage.
Aaron,
You're already there?
feel
Oh,
my blade.
way ahead of you, sir.
My code compels me. On guard. Attack. Ah. A good choice. Aye. Okay. Run if you can. I'll do it. Die now. Agreed.
This fucking Earthshaker.
Good idea. Very well. Never yet.
You sure you wanna come in here?
Right.
God, dude, this. Oh, it's,
Why not?
I need to take it easy.
Okay.
Try.
Of course.
Might be stacking for the Underlord.
It's only proper. Like that.
Techie, no, Techie's is trying his best. I appreciate what he does.
Yes.
Unless you're implying that he actually is doing something.
Very well. Forward.
Oh, I should not cut that tree.
Aye. A good choice. Good.
That's what you meant? You meant that Techie's is not doing things?
At last.
Holy shit. Dead, dude.
Good idea.
Oh yeah, Rima.
Again. Agreed.
So I had a stack here.
Killing spree!
By the outcast blade. Never cross me. Attack. I can do no less. So you say. On guard. Aye.
Why did he fucking do that?
That's right.
Invisible fucking Leshrac? I don't know what to do. I'm fucking good.
Good enough. On the way.
Maybe I'm not dead. Oh,
By the outcast
Sunstrike top. Sunstrike top. Sunstrike fucking top.
The earth splinters at my touch.
My fucking Invoker, man. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure everything I said was so concise, you know? Like, Sunstrike top, like, it's so easy to understand, right?
Hand it over. To battle. Feel my blade. By the shattered helm. Earth first. Yes. I'll do it.
No, I looked at his abilities, I saw the Sunstrike.
A good choice.
I mean, unless it was really recent.
Killing spree!
Or I checked it at exactly the wrong time.
Aye.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Dominate!
Oh, am I gonna get out of here? Phase boots. Okay.
Untarnished.
Maybe I should just go jungle for a while, because this is my counterpart. The safe lane Arc Warden has a Midas in level 9 now. Arc Warden's, or I mean, Invoker's level 9 though. He's higher than Leshrac.
Aye. Now down.
Is he invisible again? Don't tell me he's fucking invisible, please.
Why not? On the way.
Didn't he come like twice invisible?
I fight.
The good thing about Sven is that he has comeback mechanics. He
Okay.
can farm very quickly in jungle, just like Kirby.
Your top tower needs some help.
Just once? Okay.
On guard.
I don't really want the tome because, I mean, I'm pretty close to level 7 anyways, and the difference between 7 and 8 is not that big.
Fall.
One armlet. I'm still debating my next item, so.
Yes.
But Arc Warden
Guys,
is a pretty
putting
big
up a
problem.
barricade.
So you say. Run if you can. Come on. Yeah.
Why did these ancients stop following me?
To battle. I'll do it. fight. Very well. Good. Yes. Of course.
Well, Techies is gonna be powerful because he just got slimed himself.
Run if you can.
The top tower is under attack. Dig it and defend that sucker. You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't
Enough.
fall. Your mid tower could talk.
Yeah, I'm still gonna think about the items.
It's only
Rally
proper.
the troops and get over there. Mega kill.
Yes. Agreed. Never yet. Bow down. Never cross me. My code compels me.
So we need BKB this game for sure. Shadow Demon's
That's
gonna he's gonna use his ultimate whenever I BKB though, so
Good idea.
I'm gonna be kited. So we might actually need to kill Shadow Demon first.
It's more.
Madness. I mean it's good for sustain, but
Look, the enemy's
For sure, I
attacking
actually
your
want
middle
that.
tower. Don't let him do that.
By the outcast blade.
Your middle tower has
Invoker wants that
fallen.
for him. Can I kill this guy with Invoker?
It's only proper. I'll do it.
Actually, we're gonna stack downwards and grab the rune at the
It's a
same
good
time.
choice. Of course.
Your top tower is under attack.
So you say.
Ugh, no, I don't want to do this.
Gold from my chest.
Your top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends dire structures are fortified.
Right. Good
Top
idea.
tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top
Alright, well, let's just
tower.
try to...
By the shattered helm. Attack. To battle. Okay.
Fuck, he's still here. Come on, man, I'm trying to farm.
Unstoppable!
My strength increases.
Your middle tower's under attack.
My code compels me.
Your middle tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Middle tower now, by the way.
Oh. What level is
Good
this?
enough.
13?
Ooh,
Oh, shit.
tower's kinda bad. Oh, there better be something appealing.
He's still here! So arrogant. Just casually killing me at the tier 3 towers.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack.
We have any words on the... Oh god, dude, there's
Your
no
bottom tower
support.
just took a dirt nap.
So who's the 4? Is it the Kung... Oh my, he wants to get Blink Dagger first?
I shall find
Alright.
another room.
Alright. I see how it
claim
is.
the right.
Your
It's gonna be one of
bottom
those
tower
games.
is under
It's just like the
attack.
Crystal Maiden game.
I must wait. Feel my blade. Not yet.
You think this game is lost? I think so too.
Attack. Wait a bit.
Well played.
Never cross me.
You buy sentries, but you don't buy observer rewards? What's the logic in that?
On the way. Yes. I can do no
Fun
less.
police is here.
I must.
The meeple announcer
wait.
is insane. Off. Ooh, oh shit! Fucking dead! The meeple announcer isn't saying pop on over to your bottom tower, he's saying poof on over to your bottom tower. Oh. I actually just zone out the announcers for the most part.
Your bottom
Well, this
tower
Phoenix
is
is
under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
You think we're gonna win late game?
You
I'm
better
not sure that we
puff on
will.
over to your bottom tower.
Depends on how farm the Arc Warden gets. Let's see, he's 6-0. Okay. Alright. Alright. I kinda think we lost the game.
Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna buy wards. And I'm gonna farm top for a while.
I fight. Very well.
So if I had one ward and I wanted to protect myself from being ganked, where would I want to put it?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I would probably put it right here.
Feel my blade. Yeah.
Or maybe right over here.
Onward.
Right.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not done yet.
Now let's just put it here.
Agreed. I must wait. Die now.
Oh, here it
At
comes.
last.
Oh, maybe they suspect I have one.
Okay. Wait a bit. By the shattered hell.
What the fuck?
Good.
Go another lane. There's 3 top.
Killing spree.
That's right. Yes.
Wicked
enough.
sick.
Oh, Phoenix, don't come to this lane, dude.
Of course. Bow down.
Leshrac is still around here. He wants to fuck me in the ass.
Better yet.
He's probably like waiting right here or here.
Aye.
Oh,
Yes.
Phoenix is gonna be your mobile ward. Come on, dude, let me farm this.
By the outcast blade. To battle. Right.
Come on, techies, defend the base. Oh, oh,
Onward.
is he gonna live? Quas.
Not yet. Not
shit.
yet.
I need to win this fight. Or not.
Run if you can.
Which one is the real Leshrac? This one behind here, right?
Do it proper. Our claims arrive. Good idea.
Nature's foulest voice.
I must wait. On the way.
I got a blink dagger coming.
I must wait. I'm under
He has vision up
attack.
here.
I can do no less. So you say? Why not? Give it here. Die.
Okay, barely holding on, guys. Need BKB next.
Feel my blade. Mm-hmm.
Spy TP scroll. Yeah, the moment they see me here, they're gonna TP so fast. So we are going to.
Fall.
Now you know what? I don't have to take that risk. But if I wanted to bait them, and oh, the rune's still here.
Wait a bit. Not yet. Wait. My code compels me. Wait a bit. Now down.
Can I dispel anything?
Called it the fortification.
Not really.
Okay. Die now.
Okay, man, you really want this farm, don't you?
Count to one. One. Yes.
Easy.
That's right. Good enough. I fight.
Oh, Invoker's here.
I
This Techie's stalling that game. Techie stings, you know? Should I be over there helping?
forward.
Spot him now.
Never cross me.
I might die if I stay here too long.
I can do no less.
They have vision over here, for sure. Ward probably right here.
On the way. I'll do it. Yes.
Vigil Triumph? What's that even supposed to mean?
Yes.
Anyone know what you're talking about?
Why not?
Oh my god, he's right here. I'm actually dead this time. I'm not gonna use disruption.
You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
That Shadow Demon, dude.
The shade show rules.
You want the suspense sword? Oh, right.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be.
Can you just blow it up? Oh, those are illusions.
Got one nice little tower now.
Come on, use your egg, dude.
Stone proper lords.
Middle barracks are under attack.
5 back?
You'll be sorry if they fall. Fortified. Middle barracks are looking shaky.
I must wait. I must wait. A good choice.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not
don't
fall,
comprehend.
you're doing it wrong. Ah, my
Yeah, the
father
sword
was
is
right about
actually the
you.
sword is
You're
something
never
like
gonna amount to nothing.
I don't know. It's close to $100 US or like $60 US or some shit.
Right.
Don't. Ugh.
By the shattered helm. By the outcast blade. Yes, more. At last.
Oh, you know, you got a good point.
Shrine is under attack.
Attack.
You're poor, so you beg.
Your top
Makes
shrine is
sense.
under attack.
Why don't you just get a job? Go work at McDonald's.
I'll take my fill.
Your top shrine is under attack.
I
Your
fight.
top shrine has fallen.
Very well. All right. Good idea.
Oh, it would be nice if we had wards this game. I
To
bought.
battle.
Did I buy the only ward we ever have? Don't watch my stream just for a
Right.
giveaway, dude.
That's right.
That is.
Of course. It's more. Wait a bit.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Okay. A good choice. Underlay.
Can't do shit, dude.
Killing spree.
Yeah, we've actually done some giveaways before. We actually gave away this very sword, the Sven Immortal.
Barracks are under
Giving
attack.
away a few things. It's not using my idea, it's someone else's idea. And not my items, someone else's items. Well, Priag, I tried my best, but unfortunately, we lost this
Your
game.
top barracks ain't nothing no more. Your top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I thought that Leg were still in my party, and I was just gonna. If Leg was in my party, I could probably win this game with second pick spin, but I forgot that I was solo queuing. Might Filipino in some point.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. Welcome
No
back.
Filipino at all.
They're trying to knock
Yeah, my
down
team
your
was
middle
very
tower.
questionable for sure, Priag. Just an Asian dude.
I can do all this. Hold on.
Your bottom barracks are under attack! Bad news about your bottom barracks. The enemy now have mega creeps. Come back from this and you are a legend!
Yeah, Asian Nigerian, same thing.
I'll do it.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Buyback for what?
Your middle tower is under attack! Your middle tower has fallen!
Do it properly.
I should have done
Trying to
shouting, I
knock
guess.
down your middle tower! Your middle tower is
Hey Troy, I don't really play mid.
gotta defend your agent!
That's actually my least played one.
Enough.
Ooh, what nice BKB time.
Defend your agent! The dire agent collapsed! Oh, right in the world!
The team plus draft late equals GG early, yeah. Sounds about right, Matt. Oh, damn, dude, like, pretty much the entire game, there was 4 wards in the shop. Then I bought a ward, because I didn't want to die. Okay, let's go back to ranked games. Position 1 or 4. Okay. I was in the bottom 3 at 10 minutes. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Invoker bought 5 wards. I bought 1 ward. Techies buys 0 ward. Techies, he buys sentry for himself. You know, like, I don't want my bombs to be blown up. Teammates dying. Kunkka. Right, Phoenix was the 3, Kunkka was the 4. Wait, Kunkka's the 4 or the 5? Can't even tell. Yeah, I just don't understand though. They bought like 22 sentries, so that techies can have bombs to kill people, but they don't buy observer wards. Provision for the team. Wait, aren't some of these guys ancients? This guy's a Divine 6? Divine 5? What? What's wrong with you guys? God damn it. Yeah, I'm speechless. So Johnny, how long are you gonna be at the girlfriend's place? Oh, dude, the title of the stream says 5.7k. That's a lie. I gotta change it real soon. We're just dropping these days. Actually, no, I'm gonna queue for position 5 as well too. You didn't see anything? Ah, okay, good. Then I'm good. You only watch 6k plus streamers? I need to buy an account then. It's really hard to rank. It should be, Troy. As much as some people say MMR is just a number, it's a very good indicator of your skill. I mean, it does depend on your team for sure, but I mean... So, I mean, if you play 10 games, Troy, and you might get like, 5 or 6 games where you're just really unlucky and you have a really bad team. For sure. Happens everywhere. But when you play 100 games, the biggest factor is you, right? So, you can blame it on your 10 games, but you can't blame it on 100 games. MMR is a very good indicator of skill. I mean, all the players at TI, right? I don't think there was any 5k or 6k players. All the TI players were at least 7k. Oh, Chris, how you doing? Haven't seen you for a while.
Their best hero.
I am playing hard sport.
Yeah, and effective.
A love, a dream,
5 seconds
our
left.
rights. Specializes in Shen.
Your pick now, Meepo. What?
Still healing up from knee surgery? Okay. Are you mostly bedridden, or are you up and about? Let's hope for carry CM guys. No. We're playing serious now.
10 seconds.
Let's play some line. Up and about. That's good to hear. Yeah, you gotta move that body. Okay, 6 tangos, forwards, screw. Hello, rares. Time to finger
Okay,
everyone.
your pick now. You
I
know
got it
what to
ready.
do. Wait,
Glad you like the
what's
set,
going on?
rares. So when I was in Europe playing position 5, I had the strategy where I would almost immediately smoke myself, run mid, and then see if the enemy would put down their ward. but it almost never happened in Europe. I think it happens a lot more in NA, I swear.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Dare you to line carry. If not, give me some items. Ha 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 ha. Hey Arnold, are you like 13 years old? Because your argument is so not convincing, man. That's like saying, hey Arnold, if you don't win the lottery tomorrow, you owe me $1 million right now. Wait a minute. They have 2 icons mid. Yeah, especially we don't give items to people we don't know who show up on the first day begging. Come on, man. You know what you could say? You can say things like, hey, great stream, Bluespan. Love it.
Okay,
how are you
your
guys
pick
doing?
now. You know what
Really
to
like
do.
your Juggernaut plays Bluespan, but you know, you say things like, give me items. Like, come on, man.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
So this guy Q's support, but he wants to play mid. $681 commands. Previous rank Archon? He's fucking Smurf! And he's got the Daedalus Breeze icon from Dota 1. Right, Johnny? Actually, it's Johnny right now. Okay, so we have position 4 Penguin then. Let's go with this. So it's Monkey King safe lane against the Axe. Timbersaw against... Do we have any kill potential level 1? Morning, Frank. Frank Anthony Flores. Are you a white person? That doesn't sound Asian at all. We have a lot of mostly Asians who watch this stream. But we speak English here. Everyone fucking speaks English. Hi, Jude. Thank you, Lulu. Good morning, Phi.
Hell hath no fury like me. Oh, hell yes.
Prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
You like Lion? Well, Jude, you got Lion.
Why not?
So let's see if they put the ward. Shadowfiend's fast, so he'd be tempted to just run mid and try to put that ward. Monkey King counters. Okay, roll. Shadowfiend's susceptible to ganks early. TA is not a really good healing partner though. So this game, I think I don't really need to buy Blink Dagger. Axe is gonna have Blink. TA is gonna have Blink. Pangolier can initiate well, so it's not really on me to buy Blink Dagger on Lion. We do, however, need probably Glimmer Cape? Yeah, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, that kind of thing. So maybe we'll go Ether Lens. Ether Lens? So if we go Ether Lens... Okay, Arcane... Oh, Yellow by Arcane Boots still. Ether Lens is still good. Load this. Oh. I don't speak taco. Ooh, racism. Actually, I say that all the time. Ooh, racism. Come on, Shadow Fiend, put down your ward.
Yes. Prowling. It's not time.
I know you're all eating.
30
Don't
seconds to
deceive me.
battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Forward. Yes.
Oh, it's Timbersaw.
Yes.
It's the axe. And the
Battle starting. Just
I'm
remember,
too late for
you
this
got a
rune, dude.
job to do.
Time for strong.
He doesn't have armor yet.
I grow like the devil. That devil.
Damn it.
Verily.
That's a lot of damage taken. Now I wonder if the Shadow Fiend will use Fur, and maybe we can snipe it.
Oh, hell yes.
2 stacks here.
Onward.
Holy shit, my Rubik.
Yo, Lion, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait.
Stop fucking Warsaw, dude.
Okay, I come.
Why not? Forward.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not talk about that. Right, bro?
Yes.
Soon he's gonna tell me to get out of his lane so he can get experience.
I grow like the devil.
Denied.
Maybe we can stack real quickly though.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed.
Oh, yes.
Okay, this is...
Yes.
The MP is top. Be careful. No, just Rubik, it's not MP.
Hey, I debated him.
Hell and back.
That's fine.
Verily.
Courier came right after left? Fucking hell, dude. This lane is actually balanced.
Oh, yes.
I debated that
Why
monkey
not?
pretty good though. Just... How mana though.
Yes. 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 Wow. Onward.
I'm offended.
Forward.
Why didn't you do it in the first place?
I need level 3 mana drain a bit.
Grow like the devil.
How HP though?
Yes. Verily.
Oh, I'm so scared of dying, man.
Onward.
Yours.
Suck a little bit of mana.
Where's the fight?
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Go like the devil. Yes.
Maybe I should just
Why
pull.
are you even trying?
Why not?
Yes.
Oh, I missed the monkey.
Forward.
Yo, what the fuck? Why is Rubik bottom?
To hell and back.
He's roaming, man. What do you want?
It's okay, we win mid and top.
Good.
Yes.
Can I go around? Yeah, this crowd's a little long.
Oh,
I'm gonna die if I grab this.
Thanks.
precious mountain. Spike. Forward. To hell and back.
Okay, let's buy some wards. And buy 30. And
Why
go
not?
give Shadow Fiend. I mean, TA a ward. Oh my god, he's almost dead again.
Oh, hell yes.
So, since this Rubik keeps trying to gank TA, we will.
Onward.
Oh god. He's blocking that so good.
Yes.
Denied.
Maybe we can still kill the Rubik.
I go like the devil.
So we're gonna give a TA ward here so that he doesn't get ganked by Rubik so easily.
Oh yes.
Oh boy.
Verily.
Can't do everything.
I run bottom, double damage.
Gonna grab it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming towards the Shadow Fiend. I'm coming.
The enemy's
I'm
attacking
here.
your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
There you go. Gotta kill.
They'll never find your grave.
What can I do in return?
Oh, hell yes.
There we go.
Why
so
not?
he should be safe.
What is here? Right here.
Yeah.
Forward. Prowling. I go like the devil.
Okay.
Just run, they're all there.
Verily.
Yes.
Are you kidding me, man? Dude.
Such strength.
Oh yes.
Gotta let him hit 6.
Yes. To hell and back.
Onward.
Care Drow.
Oh yes.
There's a ward. So there's a ward around here?
Tower's under attack. Verily.
Where is it?
If your mid tower could talk,
There it is. Risky, thanks for subscribing.
We can kill him. Come on.
Drow's dead.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh my god. I'm fucking dead too.
Double kill. My pride.
Yeah, just leave bottom. But hit 6, so he's good.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Yeah, that's fine, don't.
Hell cannot hold me. Cower.
It's okay to give up lanes. ATA versus
Yes.
Ogres right here.
Yeah, we can kill him.
Onward.
We need
No, not
three.
not just two of us. We need some force.
To hell and back.
Back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Oh, he sees me. Axe can talk.
Died on the temple steps.
Dude, your attack animation, man. Like that axe he right clicked once and then he can't even taunt anymore.
Runes.
Forward.
Blessings.
Where's the fight?
Kill him.
Killing spree!
Okay.
Prowling.
Looking okay. So far. Under the ward of this area. Again.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Where's the fight?
Are
You
you
think
even
it's still there?
watching your top tower?
Well, Pank was the one who tried to grab it earlier, right? He should know.
Yes.
Thanks, Frank.
Your top tower is under attack. This
Why
is one
not?
of the things in the bad column.
Actually, I don't know if the stack timer is
The
53
top
anymore.
tower needs some help.
There's a really large stack here.
I go like the devil.
Your top tower is under attack.
We can kill him.
Radiant structures
And
are
baked.
fortified.
To hell with
Your top tower needs some help.
Three
Your
bottom,
top
three
tower
bottom.
has fallen.
No axe.
Why don't you come with me? I said we can kill him. I was baiting. Even if there's
Axe wasn't
three,
ready.
we can kill him.
Tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
Why am I getting arcane boots? Because I want ether lens.
Why not?
I got a finger though. Back, Monkey King, sir.
Telephone doesn't have LT. He does not have LT anymore, but he has a Yule Scepter.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Killing spree.
What a fucking action-packed game. I think we're winning actually though, even though they have more plays. Feels like we're winning. Don't want to speak too soon.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Resolve.
I need a ward.
It ain't over till the last building
Let's
falls.
see, they
So
want to
fight.
take this lane,
I'm not ready.
so we're gonna ward right here. I think.
Yes.
Protect. Yeah, I mean we still have this tower. HP is quite high still.
Oh, hell yes.
There's a ward here.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My thanks.
Prowling.
They took that stack. Oh wait, there's a ward here. What the? Oh my god,
If
I'm
your
an idiot.
mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Verily.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dominating.
Forward.
Kind of hard. You know, he's gonna pop his ultimate. Sure.
The LT, that's worse.
Yeah, that's good.
Verily.
Shadowfiend got an Invis rune.
Why
Oh, I
not?
thought I had enough money for Arcane.
To hell and back.
Oh, I'm by myself.
Forward.
You know, I think I'm gonna fucking leave. Shadowfiend's gonna kill me. Maybe.
Can we go for Timber again?
Oh, hell yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to. If I get 2 runes, it's worth it. Shadowfiend's bottom.
Radiant called in the fortification. Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Get some.
You better poof
Doesn't
on over to your
Drowse
bottom
right click
tower.
more armor?
You gotta do something.
It's not proccing.
Funny.
This is warded?
Your
You can't
bottom
conclude
tower is
that,
under
Frank. No, I'm pretty sure you can't conclude that.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Oh wait, but you warded
To
this.
hell and back.
Is that what you're talking about?
Back to hell and back. Prowling. Oh, yes.
No, they just put a sentry here. You can't really conclude that it's actually
Killing spree!
a reward. Hey, accident! Fight me!
Go, 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 go.
Mega kill!
Yes.
Oh,
I go like the devil.
did I choose hard support? Yeah, I did.
Where's the fight?
Or did they choose me?
Forward. Verily. Where's the fight?
Oh my god, this fucking Monkey King. Did I buy back? Dude, you call nothing.
Double kill!
Oh, what a good swashbuckle.
I'll not be tricked again.
Man, these 2 words together like that is so dumb.
Yes.
Mega kill!
Do it.
Killing spree!
Chop!
Dominate isn't the end. Ha-ha!
Woo! Oh, this is turning out alright. Oh!
This time, I've brought hell back.
Why don't you call him?
Why not?
Why don't you play better? I need to put down some fucking wards.
To hell and back.
Well, we know Shadowfiend doesn't have the ultimate.
Yes.
Oh, it's my one chance to farm this game.
Oh,
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, someone's near draft.
oh, yes.
Oh, I need a stack.
Where's the fight? Yes. I'm open all night. To hell and back. Verily. Onward.
Shit.
Yes.
Swashbuckle.
What the fuck, Hacks?
Oh, hell yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
69% chance to win. Hey. That was decent.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, yes. Prowling. Spike. Why not? Verily. Yourself. I'll put
Fucking BKB. Are you serious? Oh, he almost got the Rolling Thunder off. Oh, Blink! Oh, you screwed yourself, man. Oh my god, he can get... Dude, you have Blink! That's twice he had Blink now! Oh...
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Come on over to your bottom tower. Killing spree.
He's on my stables already.
Your bottom tower has been denied. Send him home with nothing.
Oh, yes. Onward. Forward.
A mysterious force.
Yes. Yes. Why not? Yes.
Oh my god. Why is this guy running?
Mega kill! Double kill!
Oh shit!
A minor setback.
Use my ulti on what? There's no good target, dude. And also, actually, I tried to cast it.
Unstoppable!
You can't cast it when you're stunned, man.
Onward.
I know you see me dying. You're like, ah, you couldn't use your finger there. Yeah, no shit.
Oh, hell yes.
Is that backseat? Yeah, it is.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Kensai.
Forward. Hand it over. You will pay.
Actually, I should have got the right click talent. Fuck. have Drow on my team after all.
Die at my...
Get sick!
Uh-oh. I mean, it's just the two of you here, man. What the fuck?
Verily. Prowling.
Oh shit.
Why not?
Okay, there's a ward right here.
To hell and back.
Yeah, so it's either here or it's either somewhere around here. Yeah, I was looking at his movement and I was like, okay, if he tries to kill me and not farm this wave, then they definitely have vision here. So we are gonna take this bird. We're gonna figure it out.
I don't fear hell. Hell fears me.
Monster kill!
I glow like the devil.
Okay, well maybe we'll try to figure out how to, if there's a ward around here later.
Oh yes.
Oh fuck, man, I want to drink water.
Oh, godlike!
The devil. Mine. Attack. Forward. Our hero dies.
Don't worry, I'll take objective.
Battle rages.
Enemy bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Ah, I tried.
Why are we there?
Space. Yeah, I didn't like. I think it was just two of them TPing. Maybe I can survive, but not really. Just don't think that they devote so much. Oh yeah, that water. So thirsty.
I've still got my pride. Feel
Anyways,
my
let's use this
claw.
courier to figure out if there is a ward over here. It might have expired by now since it's been a while. Right here. Bird up here.
Why not? Verily.
Wonder where the ward is.
Prowling. To hell and back. Onward. Yes. Oh, hell yes.
2754 ages. So 30,
Sorry.
54. Yeah, I feel like I should get like the right click talent, like the left right click talent, Does that have Drow Aura?
Yes.
Bottom safe.
Take it, dude.
Why not?
Top is not safe. Careful.
Yes.
Yeah, bottom is safe, guys.
Bottom
Yeah, their
suit.
cores are not there.
Alright, I'm muting him.
Okay.
Lionize me.
It's pretty funny though.
Yes.
Runes are almost up.
Onward.
You want to try to kill?
Yes. Precious bounty.
How does he see me, dude? Oh, that was not a good idea.
Can kill you.
10 kill streak. Wah wah.
Cruel lord of the dice.
It's always someone else's fault, huh?
I've already been to hell. What else can they do to me? After them!
Oh, you want to talk about that? Bottom is safe.
I go like the devil.
Are we going to talk about that?
Verily.
Fucking blame game. You know, when you guys start losing, you play the fucking blame game.
Where's the fight?
Can we stop playing the blame game?
To
Thanks.
hell and back.
Hey, you have 2 words in yourself, and you didn't set it, so we don't know where it's safe.
Like the devil.
Okay. You know, you're allowed to buy words
And
too.
you fucking 5K.
Yes.
This is the 3rd game I'm playing with.
You know what?
in
You're
2 days.
you're acting like a piece of
And
shit, man.
You're so bad.
Okay. But I'm the same MMR as you. You know, isn't that funny?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
I want to fucking destroy this words right
Your
now.
middle tower's under attack.
You're so bad.
Your personality's bad.
Okay, okay, we're playing personality here. What's your MMR for personality? You're ranked
A lot higher than yours.
Top 100?
Power pours into me. Where's the fight? Dominating! Why not?
Yeah.
I'm muting this penguin right now. You know, you're not going to be a pro anytime. You're just a fucking casual player like all of us. The least you can do is have a good personality.
Onward. Yes. Forward. Oh yes. Killing spree!
Dominate! Double kill!
Oh, everyone's playing blame game now.
Your top tower is under attack! Triple kill! Your top tower needs some help. You'll be fine. long as that top tower don't fall.
Can we just shut the fuck up and play?
Oh, wait, tell me to
Thanks.
go.
Jesus Christ.
Top tower is under attack. Your mid tower is off. Double kill.
I've brought
Top tower is
Yeah, how about the vision we had for 95% of the game? Let's not talk about that, okay, bud?
The top birds never you deserved it.
This fucking team, dude.
verily. Oh, hell yes. Why not? And fade from sight. Proud.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Imagine what I can do.
Come on, man. Oh.
Yeah, SF was nearby. I don't want anyone to get it. Because you pick up the cheese, I don't know why.
Yes.
Yeah, let's not talk about that, alright? Am I right?
To hell and back.
Shut up, you fucking low 5K.
Okay, and you're what? You're what? Low 6K? You're low 6K, right? You think that's a big difference?
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Believe where I've been, you know. No one
Like the devil.
Exactly.
Well, we're coming back. Actually, what rank is this guy? 1800? Oh, he's on a Smurf.
It's fine, it's fine. It's fine.
Your top shrine is under attack.
I don't fear hell. Proud.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Feel my claw.
You know, we should do some smoke plays this time.
Your top shrine has fallen. And this is why we can't have nice things.
Onward. Yes.
Kill this guy.
Why not?
Well played.
Oh, hell yes.
I almost don't want these guys to win.
Verily. Proud.
Oh my god. Might be game losing fight right here.
Can this be?
GG.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Yeah, I don't think we're coming back from that one. They can just run down mid. Hey Marco, today is going okay. Tango has Echo Saber?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You had a couple of friends to probably stop that.
Turn around, turn around.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Down with me.
Middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is falling. You wanted your middle
Oh, this
barracks
fucking
to
team,
not
dude.
fall. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Your tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
GG.
Your engine is under attack. That is absolutely how you lose the game. Killing spree!
This Pango player. Smurf and judging other people, acting like an asshole. You'll never be pro. Think about that for a second.
Next time, I will.
Very. Actually, technically, he didn't play his lane either. Very rude player. One sec. Hey Pango, I reported you for comms abuse and did not play selected role in the comment. Also, smurfing and acting like an asshole. You avoided me? How do you do that? You know what's more important than Dota skill? Manners. There are thousands of people better than both of us. No need to act like a cunt. Whatever. Yeah, so toxic. Please don't give this guy on my team. And if he's on the enemy team, please let me win. Okay, good.
Whose ban is it?
Oh, that was so scary, dude.
Yours.
Alright.
5 seconds left.
He didn't play his lane because TA wanted me. That's
pick.
true.
This is where you win or lose.
But I mean, if I can report him for one more offense, then I might as well, right? Holy shit, Azrael. Isn't he? Is this like his Smurf? Isn't he supposed to be like a 7 or 8K player? Hey, Muffman. It's probably a waste of time, but if I can just get him to think just a little bit that like, okay, he's never going to be a pro, I'm never going to be a pro, and we're all playing this game for fun, well, maybe he should fucking think about it and stop acting like a cunt, right? So if I could just get him just to think a little bit, even if 95% chance that he won't, maybe it'll make a little bit of a difference.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Never say never, Johnny.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Okay, anyways, I am not hard support.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Nah. You know, like I said, Johnny, even if there's a 95% chance that it won't do anything. I'd rather be the guy who tells him that he can't be a cunt. And that, you know, like, we're all playing this game for fun anyways. I don't care if it doesn't work out. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, we have a Sand King who can combo with Mirana. So if he gets stunned at level 1, maybe we can pull something off. It might be hard for me to the creep skip.
Your pick now.
There's a spirit brick in the game though.
What? Huh?
Okay, now here's the question. If I arrow and Mars uses his ultimate, does the arrow... Does it... You know what I mean? Does it go through the wall? Or does it get deflected? Does anyone know? Anyone play a lot of Mars? Yeah, Jason, he's so rude, dude. He goes through? Huh, well thank you for the information, Muff Man. Prep. Yeah, your hard support, what do you pick? The bubble is an eye tracker. It sees what I see. Holy shit, this guy AFK?
Your pick.
That's so rude,
This is
man.
where you win or lose. No pressure. or
Especially
nothing.
when you're like position 5 and you AFK in picking phase. That's so rude. Okay, this guy's a Spanish speaker. Oh, that makes me nervous. Hello, Sandy. Okay. Okay.
Hijo de puta, no puedes sacar más antes. ¿Por qué mierda me has picado?
Anyways, let's see, what am I gonna buy? Maybe something like this. Honestly, I think if you're gonna go AFK in the picking phase, especially if you're a support player, just pick your hero first. You know, like I do that all the time. I pick Lion, then I go to the bathroom. ¿Acaso tienes last pick retraso y la putamada? CTM, whatever that means. Is he trying to justify his actions? Hi, Danny. This guy has 2,500 games of Shadow Fiend? Damn! Good thing he's on my team. Must be really good at Shadow Fiend.
We're here.
Gotta go. Let's thank you.
Fortune and glory await.
On track.
Hopefully me and the Sand King can work well together.
Of course.
The beginning of this game makes me a little nervous, so we're not gonna predict.
We ride.
What are you buying?
Mars HC.
Forward, pet.
Buy this. So what items do you think I should buy this game, guys?
Good
Position
idea.
4 Mirana is so like flexible, you know? Let's see, magical damage, physical damage, magical, mostly physical. He's probably not gonna get real.
So feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Perfect. Leap forward.
Dude, that body block is so good. That body block is so good.
First blood on the sand strikes the perfect note.
The battle begins!
Boom!
Our time is at hand.
I'm surprised he didn't expect that coming. Let's see if we can get him to waste his TP.
On the prowl.
Is he gonna dive me?
Agreed. Good idea.
This guy has one more charge. If he attacks me, he can hit me with Orb of Venom.
Perfect.
Okay, man. Okay.
Forward by bounds.
Aim for.
So Monkey King's bottom. Yeah, I think he should go bottom.
Since you
But like the
command,
play fi, Frank. Why don't he go bottom?
since you command it,
Let's try this again.
Denied.
as you will it. Yes. Yes. To the battle.
Still. On my eyes. Doesn't do it.
Leap forward.
Hi Pixie, how you doing?
We ride. On track. Good idea.
He can't TP. He's on cooldown.
Agreed.
Dude, that Maledict timing is so good too. GGN!
Forward by bounds.
Hey.
Your bones will make a fine.
Hey, this game's going pretty good. Hello, Quack.
Of course.
Tipsy from the pub. Typical British.
Good idea. Sparkles like the stars. Mm-hmm.
Speak English properly,
Courier has
please.
been killed.
But Monkey
On
King
the
seems to be doing
prowl.
just fine by himself. That's my behavior score. Show you my man. There you go.
Forward, pet.
No, I don't know. Like I
Forward
still
by
get lots of
bounds.
toxic people, even with 9k, 10k behavior score. It's very. Yo, this game's in the bag. I finally win a game today.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Pet. Don't let him do that.
Dude, I don't have arrow, man. Probably just lowering the HP.
Since you command it,
Kinsai, glad you like my Mirana.
good idea. Leap forward.
This angle's not good for my arrow.
On the prowl.
Woo!
Stop!
Oh yeah, also good.
They should have run while they had that chance.
Oh, dude, I was
Good
at the beginning of the game. I was like, I hope me and the Sand King work well together. And then so far, look, we're destroying
Of
it.
course.
Really happy about this game so far.
We ride.
I'll die either.
Double kill.
Oh shit. Wah, wah.
As you will it.
That was really close though.
The prize is mine.
Bounty.
To the battle.
DK?
Agreed. Yes. Star.
There's it again.
Killing spree.
Dude, we're fucking killing it. This combo's so good. And I'm glad that Monkey King can survive well by himself. It was a good thing that we have Monkey King seed. No Talisman Spear Breaker? What? I'm done.
On track.
Is it Mana Boots?
Mm-hmm.
Killing spree.
Dude, it's 11 and 0.
Yes.
If we lose this game, man, I'm gonna quit Dota 2. And sign up for League of Legends.
Agreed.
So this Shadow Fiend, he has like almost 3,000 games of Shadow Fiend, huh?
Leap forward. Forward.
Killing spree. On edge.
Not a penny wasted. Good idea.
Purchase Observer Ward, bro.
Good idea.
I think this we're getting overconfident.
To the battle.
There you go.
Forward by bounds.
Kind of want this Mana Boot.
As you will it.
Dominating. On edge.
Oh,
You command
wow.
it.
Man, I feel like I almost... After that last game, it feels so good to play a game like this. It's almost like karma is, it's karma's paying me back.
An easy
Yeah, and
shot.
our mid, he's 4-0 by himself. I don't think it didn't even help
Good
her.
idea.
DKHC abandoned you, Brio.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Mars disconnect. Oh, is that abandoned? Oh shit!
As you will it.
It has begun. Oh, wow. I needed this game so bad. Last game was so stressful.
Since you die, Mola.
Yes! Yes! Dude, less than 8 minutes to win this
Our
game.
victory was
Oh, I felt good. I guess I don't have to play League of Legends. Yeah, I guess not. GG, Pixie. You know what? I actually really quite enjoyed playing 4 just now, so we're gonna queue for 4 again. I'm gonna go to the washroom again real quick, okay? Ooh, Sumil's playing Weaver. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on Sumil's perspective, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom for like a minute.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Double kill.
Oh, Sumil's dead. You know, it's not much.
Monster kill. Whoa! God, double kill.
We hardly knew you. Just as well.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's putting a hurt on Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
ability.
Okay, shooting again. Yo, this game's a stomp, huh?
Killing spree! Killing spree! Double
This game's a stomp.
Double kill!
That's game.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Fear quiets me.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Hello, Devraj. Oh, you're quite late today. Where have you been? Look at all these guys. There's so many top 100 players that will never make it to the tier 1 or tier 2 team. Basically, even if you're like one of these people, you know, you still can never make money. You woke up at 3 p.m.? Damn, son. That's late. Damn, Frank. You guys wake up late. You go out partying or what? When will I be 8K? I have no idea, dude. How can someone answer a question like that? When will you be a millionaire? Did I meet that 400 wins? Does anyone know that Ember Spear item? That when you use Sleight of Fist, it sounds like a a bouncing ball. You know what I mean? I think it's some kind of immortal. So, I don't think it's this one. Like this one, you get like this is the Flame Guard, right? Yeah, this is the Flame Guard. Oh, we can just look at the icons. Oh, wait, but the icons don't necessarily mean that the sound effect changes. It's a pretty recent item. Pretty sure it's immortal though. Immortal Rapiers of the Burning God? Nah, no way, right? The Burning God. Huh. I wonder if that's an homage to Burning. Collectors 2 Ultra Rare. Collectors 2. Which one was that? Actually, I have a whole bunch of items. Is it from 2019? Is it any of these? It's a full set. It's not Mortal Treasure 2, is it? Is it this one?
recast in.
No, it's not that one. This one's only $8, huh? Store collector 2. Collector 2? You have to buy the collector's one? Who are all these people? I don't fucking give a shit. Play Southeast Asia and lag? Damn it, Mark. How come so many of your suggestions don't make any sense? Cue monkey sound. Wait, these are all my items, right? Oh, jeez. Oh, whatever. It's not a big deal. I can't even remember what I queued for, guys. I think I queued for only position 4, right? Cinder Sensei? Oh, thanks for checking it, Yana. Cinder Sensei. Mark, you're way too young for me, man. I'm sure you're probably like maybe half my age at best. Nah, go find some teenagers to make friends with. Okay. Also, friends list is full. Cinder Sensei. None of my sound effects are working today for some reason, Raj. Doesn't show anything. Cinder Sensei. Cinder? I think you can't actually search for it, right? You found it, Lulu? Okay. Okay, well, if you can't buy it, you can't buy it. Anyone know any really good games on sale right now? Monster Hunter World. 50% off. First, I got that one already. Rage 2. So Devraj, your new sleep schedule is around 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. or something like that? Why am I wearing a jacket? Mark, you're fucking like 11 years old, aren't you? Jesus Christ. Why does anyone wear jackets or clothing, guys? Why do you wear shoes? Why do you wear glasses? Oh shit. These questions are so fucking stupid, man. Your roommate plays Monster Hunter, Gana? His name is Blue. Why am I Asian? Because my mom, who's Asian, and my dad, who's Asian, they fucked. And the sperm reached the egg, and then I was born.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
I feel paranoid. This guy's name is Blue. Is he sniping me?
Imba spirit.
This guy's a Smurf, huh? 85% win rate, 91%, 70%? Damn. Speak Mandarin? Now, why would I do something like that? Speak Nigerian. It's better to play with Xbox controllers, not with keyboards. Yeah, I feel the same way about Final Fantasy XIV. Hi, I'm depressed. Just came back from the worst fucking shabu shabu ever. Holy, first world problems. Hi, Snowpoop. Frank, I'm from Canada. You're 2 years younger than Mark. Ernal. Does that make you 9 years old? Hello, Riadi. Shabu shabu is like hot pot, you know, like it's you have like a boiling soup broth and you dip vegetables and meat in it. My parents are Vietnamese, for the record. I think this guy wants me to buy this one award. I'm okay with that. By the way, I told you you'd win that CM carry game. Yes, you did, Amar. Yes, you did.
The goal is to
You
have
were right.
fun.
And I was wrong in the beginning.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Did you see the ending of that game? Because that
You're
game ended
big
quite a
now.
while ago and you just
Me
came
too.
back and you're like, hey, by the way, I told you. Vietnam, so you know pho, it's food? Yeah, of course I know. I was so excited though. I love shabu shabu and that shit was straight up nasty. Ugh. Don't you hate it when you like you go to a restaurant, like you travel there and you pay money, you sit down, you wait for the food, and it's just garbage? That actually pisses me off. I mean, it's kind of okay if you pay something really, really, really ridiculously cheap. But even then, like, something that's so bad, like, you'd have to pay me money to eat it, because, like, I'd rather just have a good meal. Indonesia, by the way. So, do you speak Mandarin, or why did you tell me to speak Mandarin earlier? Yeah, sometimes oh, they have meatball. Shit. Sometimes, like, I haven't been dieting very strictly recently. I'm actually putting myself on a diet again now, but, when I was on a stricter diet, sometimes I would have like cheat days where I just want to eat something really delicious, right? Like pizza, right? Like I'd be on a strict diet, I work out, and then I'm like, okay, you know what? Friday night I'm gonna have some pizza. And then you order the pizza and it tastes like shit. God, pissed me off. First world problems. Sucks so much. Had the whole family out for dinner. Worst money ever spent. Ugh.
Look, my
Well played
pet.
draft. We don't need tank.
Pray.
Good luck, have fun. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
Of course.
Hello, Ridge.
Prepare for battle.
So it's a support offlane series? Actually, I really like Domino's, Raj, to be quite honest. A lot of people think it's cheap, shitty pizza. And it is cheap pizza. They designed it that way. But to be quite honest with you, like, I would say Domino's pizza has 90% the taste of a pizza that is like 50% more expensive.
Heads up, we're back.
And that's good enough for me, you know? I'm not like some kind of super snob where I need to have like the 100% pizza. Anyways, my favorite pizza, actually, Domino's in North America, or at least in Canada, they have a pan pizza, just like what Pizza Hut by default typically makes. And I shit you not, my favorite pizza, and I've tried like every kind of pizza, you know, like pepperoni, Hawaiian, vegetable, Philly cheese. My favorite kind of pizza is just tons of cheese. You gotta triple that cheese. And it's so fucking good, man. It's just so cheesy. I fed it to my best friend. I'm like, hey man, you gotta try this stuff. And then he ate some, he's like, it's just cheese, huh? I'm like, yeah, it's just really cheesy, and it's fan-fucking-tastic. I recommend that you guys all try it. Just make your pizza, preferably a pan pizza if you have a Pizza Hut or a Domino's, and just order like whatever the cheese is times 3. Barbecue base? Oh no. I like it savory and salty. No. That ain't my style. Margherita pizza is true to the original Italian, but I just prefer really cheesy pizza. What the fuck are we going on about? Is my team tilting already? Well, you know, Pixie, you can like whatever you like. Oh god, my team. I hope that this puck... Oh shit, he's back. I was gonna say, I hope this puck disconnects. And then I don't have to play this game. Because my teammates kind of sound like a bunch of monkeys already. Sorry about that. I'm pretty hungry myself, so... If it makes you feel better, any better, we all can endure this pain together.
Good idea.
So this puck is not even here.
Leap forward.
There's a cheater on my team? Creep blocker?
On track. Since you command it.
Oh, don't want him to see me.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before
Agreed.
that. We're not sticklers.
It's in the bag!
We ride. Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is going on?
Forward, pet.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall.
Boom!
That stuff's overrated. Don't make me come over there.
Forward by bounds.
Well, that was really not that dramatic.
Ah.
Which burger do I like? Well, on the subject of fast foods, Burger King's pretty good. If it has to be fast food, I tried Five Guys burgers and fries. It was pretty good too. This boy's probably so annoyed. Well, lane is one, I believe.
Yes.
You shall not.
Agreed.
What software do I use for streaming? I use OBS. Just like pretty much every other stream.
Ah.
Utterly denied.
On the prowl. Forward, pet. Whimper, dogs.
Oh, damn it.
We ride.
Okay, man. Should I go gank mid?
Not yet.
Okay, let's try to gank mid. He's almost level 3.
To the battle.
Bill Dagan. Hamka, are you trying to get me reported? I've never seen Chick-fil-A in
Leap
Canada,
forward.
but I've seen Five Guys.
Good idea. Since you command it.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Forward by bounds.
Hey, that was a pretty good gank.
Everything.
I used too many leap charges, maybe.
Leap to it.
And Invoker got the first blood, so that's really good. That's really good. Okay. Yeah, it's totally worth it.
Not yours.
Just build this.
Of course.
Good job.
Good idea.
Oh!
Run like the spoil that shot.
I was actually hoping that you would pull it back with creep aggro. Yeah, actually I've been wanting to try Chick-fil-A.
As you will it.
But yeah. I don't know. Five Guys was like, it's so simple, but it's so good. Where the fuck is this Zeus anyways?
Agreed.
Guy has 200.
Good idea.
Oh, okay, okay. I have to try Chick-fil-A next time I go there.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Oh, damn it.
Forward by bounds. As you will it. I'm not ready. An easy shot.
Alright. How much mana does he have now? 300 mana?
To the battle.
Got your clarity.
Since you command it.
Shit.
I'll never bow.
Suddenly Lena with double damage.
Once more into the breach.
Ruins, ruins, ruins.
Here I am.
Attack.
I have been to Tajarim. They still speak of their relief.
Oh no!
Leap
It's stack.
forward. The prize is mine.
All yours. I get it, dude. I think there's probably ward somewhere around here now.
Yes.
Lena probably put the ward to protect the meeple.
A prize
Forward, pet. Out
Oh,
of my
wow.
way.
Holy shit. Holy shit, he's still
Good
alive.
idea.
Look out for falling.
We need some help.
Okay, I'm top.
On the prowl. Yes. Starfall.
Come on, Rubik, give him the last hit. What the fuck?
Good idea. Good idea.
Tiny's got a big sword.
Forward by for the hunt. Forward, pet.
Fucking hell. This Lena's everywhere,
Agreed.
dude. Can't even use a fucking clarity in peace.
To the battle. Of course. Stop! As you wish.
Killing spree!
Foul sorcery.
Oh my god, just click him, dude!
Dominate! Double kill!
Again, we
Oh,
run.
bottom's winning by a lot. Void's level 5. Jesus.
Since you command it. Perfect.
On your guard too.
Your middle tower is under attack!
The ward here.
Rally the troops and get over there!
I'll just take it.
Leap forward.
This void is so disillusioned that he's just been
On the prowl. On track.
Killing spree!
Wow, this is looking like an easier game.
On track. Forward, pet.
god.
Stop!
Mega kill!
Dude, we just need to work together.
Since you command it,
Your top tower needs some help.
of course.
Your top tower is under
Oh, I
attack.
went to Shake Shack as well.
You and a couple of friends will
Shake Shack was
probably
really good.
stop
Agreed.
He has fucking vision.
Bullseye. Stop!
Yeah, that tornado
that.
kind
Guy
of
is
fucked
doing
up
that
the combo.
glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done.
See you later.
We ride. Dive on. To the battle.
I want to just use the shrine. Yeah, just gonna use the shrine.
You better puff on
Anyone?
over to your bottom tower.
As you will it.
Oh, Ahmed.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good idea. Stars. Ah. On the prowl.
Oh, this Lena's almost dead.
Agreed.
Surprise, motherfucker. Got him, I got him.
Killing spree.
Boom, baby.
As you will it.
Woo. I should ask for more sunstrikes.
On the
I
prowl.
think he's okay, right?
Perfect.
I was gonna shoot an arrow to basically get them to fuck off, but oh, wait, I put this ward here, but we already have one ward here.
Tuck your tail and
That is
run.
overkill.
mutt. To the battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Since you command
Methinks you wanted that.
Good idea.
Okay, so what item build should we be going this game? Let's see if Rubik's can go Arcane Boots. Okay,
Good
he's not gonna go
idea.
Arcane Boots.
Your top tower is under
So
attack.
generally, I
gotta do
really
something
like if
about
at
it,
least
or
one
just sit
person
there
builds
looking
Arcane
funny.
Boots. Although we have a meeple problem, huh?
We ride.
Okay, I'm gonna think about this item some more. Go
On
for the
track.
okay, the Raj got it. Divine it is.
Forward.
We're coming.
Shadows take us.
Yes, let me pray a few.
Starfall.
Dominate.
Leap
Pipe?
forward.
Well, Pipe makes sense against Meeple, it makes sense against Zeus and Lena. That makes sense too. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, fucking Zeus.
You're a sentimental.
GPU and description of stream.
Top tower needs some help.
I just used my clarity, man. And he fucking Thunder God's wrath on me.
We admit no defeat.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward by bow.
Oh boy.
Top tower has fallen. That's the spirit. The
Retard
losing
lift him.
spirit.
Okay.
On the prowl.
And that's a good way to get your teammates to work with you.
Thus, you pay.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think
Good
Meepo should
idea.
be hunting the anti-mage. So we are gonna
Forward by bounds.
here, have clarity too, bro.
My thanks.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Come on, get out of there! Ah!
Ah.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Stop!
Just run, dude.
Take me!
What do you think about Sheepstick? It would take me at least 35 minutes to farm Sheepstick. By the time I can actually farm Sheepstick, Meepo would have won the game. So we need an item now to deal with this Meepo. Yeah, you gotta think about your timings a little bit more. I think before staff makes a lot of sense.
What is this?
So this Meepo has a lot of he has a lot of problems with
course.
force staff, and also it'll help me if I want to get out.
Allies disappear.
Anti-mage, can you get that room?
Leap forward.
Tis mine.
As you will.
Killing spree!
Stop! To the battle.
Man, we have nothing, dude.
Forward, pet. Star forward.
Put me out.
Good idea.
Oh shit!
Killing spree! Double kill!
Sorry.
Spells.
I thought you liked to jump.
Meeple's down there, Kara.
Look.
I do not come.
Maybe we lost this game, Chris.
Well, look at that.
Anti-mage, carry me, please.
You'll not stop us that easily.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this game.
We ride.
Your
'Cause, like,
bottom
although
tower's
anti-mage
kinda bad.
is really good late
Dire
game, but
structures
base
are
avoid's really good late
fortified.
game.
Since you command.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker. Killing spree! Welcome into the
Agreed.
herd. Your bottom tower is under attack.
On track.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
To the battle.
Dire structures are fortified.
As you will it. Agri. Stars. Good idea.
This Meepo is such a constant threat. We're
On
gonna
the
put a ward
prowl.
behind the tower.
Star. Good idea.
Cause this.
Such strength shall. Of course.
Okay, let's put a ward behind the tower so that we can see people ganking.
We ride.
Okay. Or just put one over here. No, we want it behind the tower.
Since you command.
Dominating!
On track. Yes. Ah. Leap forward. Mm-hmm.
Tiny might be around here.
Forward, pet.
Your middle tower's under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Closest the guy to eggs.
Forward by
1,200 gold
bounds.
eggs.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, not your job or something?
Regeneration.
Forward, pet.
Me playing the our jungle.
Of course. Sparkles like the stars. Scatter while you cast starfall.
The top tower is under attack.
You know there's a ward
Called
there?
in the
You can de-ward it.
fortification.
We ride.
I spent way too much time around that area.
Tower is under attack. You'll be fine. How does that top tower go?
Coming.
Yeah. Oh wait, somebody.
Yes.
What the fuck? How did I miss that?
Cower before us.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be
Dude, our right clicks are so pathetic.
Dawns
your middle tower has fallen.
to the battle.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Stop. Leap forward.
Almost have 4 staff, but after 4 staff, maybe I go Greaves Pipe or something like that. That would be good.
Stop. Bring down mine enemy. Ah, God. Good idea.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Krink Starfall.
My team needs more damage.
Your death has
I
arrived.
agree. So the power spike that I'm looking for, like right now, I mean Puck has the most damage, really. But I think eventually, Anti-Mage and Invoker will be able to contribute. So we just gotta be patient.
Forward by bounds. On track.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied. That's the worst thing that could have happened
As you
to
will
it.
it. Cower an easy shot. Since you command it,
Yeah, that's the thing, Debraj. I bought this 4 staff so I can primarily save myself an
Your bottom
Anti-Mage.
tower is under
on
attack.
the prowl.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Of course.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Oh, there better be something important going on. Your bottom tower has fallen. Stop it! That's not helping.
As you will it.
I could Moonlight, but I don't know. What's the point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They might be coming to kill us. Yeah, there it is. And Meeple saw that.
Good idea.
Fuck, they're gonna de-ward that.
Leap forward. Scatter.
Your middle tower's under attack.
On track.
That Anti-Mage
Your
from.
middle tower is under attack.
Okay, let's go Pipe first. Or
To
should
the
we go
battle.
Grease? Grease would cost me 4,000 gold, whereas Pipe will cost me 3,000 gold.
Agreed. union. Forward by bound.
What the fuck is the time
Courier
here?
has been killed.
We
Good
rise.
on Samurai.
Too late.
Since you command it. Stop. Rain down on mine enemy.
Holy fucking shit!
Down your middle tower.
Look at that.
That's amazing, man.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Holy fucking Battle Fury Midas?
Your middle tower is under attack. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Yeah, no, this fuck is absolutely right.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Middle barracks are
Lena's going
looking
for eggs.
shaky. Your middle barracks is fallen.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Tis
Anti-mage
mine.
pick.
Forward, pet. Stop. Bring
Don't
down
forget the Steam
on
report
mine
anti-mage.
enemy.
Oh, yeah, so serious.
Best thing
Buy
about the
Yules?
enemy's top tower
Why would I buy
is it's
Yules?
gone.
I have 4 staff already. I don't think I
Good
care about
idea.
Faces Void that much yet.
Stop.
What did anti-mage do? I think it was the pick order. You don't want to... You generally don't want to, like, pick anti-mage and
Agreed.
Volker. They're both too farm intensive, I think.
Forward by bounds. Out of my way.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Who's cheating?
On track.
Oh, your couriers did.
We ride. Good idea. To the battle.
Ah, God. What does anti-mage have? Okay.
Forward, pet. For the hunt.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Yes.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Leap forward.
Oh, anti-mage.
Since you command it, I am under attack. On the prowl. Stop!
Your top tower needs some help.
He's fucking alive.
Of course.
Okay, I will watch this.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Maybe we can kill him.
Your bottom
To the
shrine
battle.
has fallen.
Shadows. Take
Oh shit, I don't even have TP scroll.
Ooh,
Shit.
your bottom tower is
Since you
kind of
command
bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Of course.
I am play carry with
Good
Mirana. What?
idea.
What does that even mean? Is Rod good for this game? I don't think so.
Forward, pet.
Like, I mean, I could use Atos for... Meeple's the biggest problem, right? But Meeple doesn't care about getting hit by arrows. And if you can't hit like 5 Meepos without Atos, then you probably
As you will it.
you probably suck dick with Mirana and you shouldn't play that hero anyways. No, I mean...
On track.
It's real.
Good idea.
ages. Sucker.
On the prowl. We start.
Invoker versus Meeple Myth.
Forward by bounds.
It's just baiting. Oh god, I'm dead. Honestly, if you're anti-mage, Meeple's your worst nightmare. Anti-mage Invoker build BKB. Well, when can they have the farm to build BKB, and why should they have skipped? Actually, he should skip Boots of Travel.
Spent enough time underground, thanks.
What have I learned from that?
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Hey, your bottom barracks need help. What is this? Your bottom barracks has fallen.
No, there's no coming back from this, guys. We lost. Our graph is too shit, I'm pretty sure.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
Forward by bounds.
Top tower needs some help.
Stop.
Your top barracks never did nothing to deserve this. Your top barracks has fallen. Killing spree! Double kill! If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy dominates.
Fuck anti-mage Invoker.
Are a legend. Your middle tower's
It's
under
cool to play
attack.
with an Invoker like this guy.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there.
We want to blame someone? We need to look at the pick order. I think Meeple was 10th pick though. Yeah, I think the anti-mage pick was really bad. But let's look at the pick order. GG, you guys. Alright, pick order was, let's see here. Does anyone have any questions or comments about this game? So, anti-mage is cheating? What kind of cheats? Thanks, the Raj. Okay, so let's see. First pick, Mirana. You can't blame first pick. Lena Zeus. Second, third pick. Puck Rubik. So Mirana, Puck, Rubik. I mean, seems pretty normal to me, right? But then, yeah, you really need to look at the second phase. Sorry, the second half of the picks. So then we have Tiny and Faces. So with Tiny and Faces Void, then my teammates decided Invoker Anti-Mage. I don't know, like... Okay, I mean, I don't play a ton of Invoker. I have like maybe 50 games of Invoker, okay? I'm not a professional Invoker player for sure. Now, as an Invoker player, wouldn't you be really scared of Faces Void? Right? Isn't that really scary? I understand that if you don't get caught in Chrono, right, which is the most important thing, Invoker can counter-initiate the Chrono with a Tornado, right? And that's great. That's honestly great. You know, you can counter it with the Deafening Blast Tornado if you don't get caught. I don't know. Maybe Invoker thought that he could rely on the Rubik. Like, okay, well, if I get Chronoed, then Rubik will get Chronosphere. And they can counter-initiate. But what if Faces Void just uses Time Dilation? But I don't know. I think that the anti-mage pick was pretty bad though. He got the last pick on our team. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep for one more game. Hi, Tourniquet. And by the way, if you want to talk to Dong, why don't you just call him up yourself or say hi to him in class? Sounds good, Frank. See you next time. Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. over there. You should probably go to bed. If this queue takes longer than 10 minutes, I'm out. For whatever reason, maybe the Windows update, none of the sound effects on my side or your sides work today. So, why is this anti-mage being accused of cheating? Maybe it's from previous games that we don't know about, but this game, I don't really know why people think he's cheating. I'm not saying that he's not cheating, but I just don't know why people think that he does. Wow, they were pretty much winning the entire game. Except for this little dip right here. Carry for donation? Have I played Path of Exile this league? No, Adrian, I haven't. I thought about it, but I understand that, like, what is it? Summons have been buffed, right? Summons and something else. Poisons? And it's like tower defense now, and that sounds pretty good. But I don't have that much free time. And in my free time, I'd rather play World of Warcraft Classic. Pretty fun and relaxing to me. I've been playing Divinity Original Sin 2 as well. So yeah, I haven't really played Path of Exile. I also played Diablo 3 like last week. The new season started as well, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And that was pretty relaxing as well. But yeah, I don't know, I get kind of bored of like Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. How's Divinity Original Sin 2? I'm only about like I haven't played it that much. Like I played like maybe an hour and a half into it. But it seems really fun. Playing Divinity with friends is a blast. Are you talking about 1 or 2 or both? From what I understand, you can only play with one other person with Divinity 1, which kind of sucks. But yeah, we've been playing 2. It's nice. Did a summoner build, easy Uber Elder kill. They buffed the Necro. Yeah, I heard that. I prefer World of Warcraft over Path of Exile 2. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I play Path of Exile or Diablo 3, I always feel like, I mean, it's an action RPG. But you can't deny that action RPGs and massive multiplayer online RPGs are very, very similar to each other, right? Whereas the action RPG is like a 2D game, right? Why not play a 3D game that is bigger and better? So I always end up like getting bored of action RPGs like Diablo 3 and Pexel, and then I move to like Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. I'm not selling merchandise. And if you're barely a teenager, I don't think you should be watching this stream. I don't think your parents would like that. I say a lot of controversial stuff. Definitely should not watch. Thanks, Paran. You're 14 and you take acid. No, you're 14 and you just think that you're cool, but no one gives a shit. That's the truth. How was my flight? It was okay. Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of this kid right now. Hey, go do something more productive with your time, like do your homework. Okay, kid. And you can tell Duang you got banned. Yeah, I downloaded a whole bunch of Netflix episodes on my laptop, but I don't know if you guys watch, like, you know how like you can download onto your hard drive Netflix episodes. Anyways, I was watching a whole bunch of Netflix stuff, but then I keep getting this error on my Netflix application, like error BR6 blah blah blah. I don't remember what the code is, but it was really disappointing because I wanted to watch the series, but then it just kept fucking just stop working in the middle. Hey Puran, I don't play with people I don't know, and I've never ever heard from you before. I'm not one to just have someone come into the stream, give me a compliment, and then assume that we're best friends or something like that. It doesn't work that way. You know, I might consider playing with the people who've been here for like 2 or more years, but you know, day one, don't think so. Okay, new game.
Ooh, you get to ban
Is it me, or does it seem like a lot of these guys, like, their MMR is a lot higher, isn't it? Yeah, there are people who've been subscribed to my channel for 40 years and pressed the bell from 50 years ago. Man, no one can verify that shit. Bluespan, I'm your #1 fan. I am your #1 fan.
Your pick now. You know what to do. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Works fine for you, Devraj? Well, good. I've been watching your stream for such a long time, but I have no evidence to back it up, and I never donate money. Okay. Anyway, so this game, it seems kind of favored towards Radiant, doesn't it? Like 2300, 2900. They have 3 top 1500 players, right? Whereas like we have 2 high rank 2000s, 1 low rank 2000. Two fuckers who don't even have a rank. Peaky motherfucking blinders. I thought Peaky Blinders was okay. Sufficient and appropriate evidence required. I know, right? What? Actually, I don't understand. Sometimes people say crazy shit in my stream.
Okay,
they're like,
your pick now.
Bluespan,
You know what to
I'm
do.
your #1 fan. Like, actually, I have a list. You guys want to see my list of actual #1 fans with actual evidence? Here, let's have a look. Let's see here. Let's see, points. Oh, where are we? Let's see. Alright, so look. I actually have a list of all the #1 fans.
Your pick now.
Let's see, Lulu Chan, 1,500 hours on this account. I'm my own #2 fan. Yeah, that's actually pretty true. Vineet, 780 hours. Alex, 750 hours. Johnny, 386 hours. Look at these verifiable, actual verifiable accounts. Actually, you know what, Paran, let's look for you, okay? Paran. 1 hour. Doesn't that seem really fishy? Briag, are you there? I'm sure you are. Hey Mohammed, I'll 1v1 you for donation. How's that? No, too many people are gonna start requesting hours watch.
This
I'm
is
too
when
lazy
you
for that.
win or lose.
Gyrocopter. Oh yeah, there's a !! points command. That's right. And he tried to lie and get attention. Bounty Hunter? I haven't seen this hero for like 3 years. I don't know if it's working, huh? Does it? I don't know. Okay, maybe tomorrow the bot will work. The bot and the sound effects and stuff will work. Yeah, I don't know this. Does my Miranda wear pants? Nah. I'm more of a pantsless kind of gal. Thanks, Lulu.
Good idea.
Or kill potential level 1. Actually, if I combo with AA, it might work.
Since you
Who's gonna be
command
top?
it.
Slark's gonna be bottom, mid Shadow Fiend, and then Tiny off lane. So, I mean, there's a good chance we can kill top. Unless he gets, like, Chilling Touch.
To the battle. On track.
Okay.
Yes.
It's in the bag.
As you will it.
Remember I said we can probably get this kill unless he gets Chilling Touch. Remember when I said that?
30 seconds to showtime!
I mean, to be fair, I guess I could have told him, hey man, don't get Chilling Touch. Get Cold Feet.
Forward, pet. Good idea.
This one's for all the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
At last it's time.
Well, that was an attempt.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Maybe we can snipe her.
Of course.
Let's try.
On the prowl.
Incubatory.
Oh, am I even gonna make it? Oh, I don't think I can make it. Fuck, that's too late.
We ride.
Level?
Bullseye.
Oh, I fucking got him, dude.
To the battle. Tuck your tail and run, mutt.
Come on, you fucking pussy!
First soul, swimming in first blood.
Leap to it. Good idea.
Oh, I think Warlock's on me.
Of course. On the prowl.
And Invoker's dead too. Alright, bad luck again. Sounds about right.
Here comes Dyer's plucky little courier.
And Courier's dead too? Are you serious, Lark? He doesn't have Q.
As you will it.
He doesn't have Death Pact.
Fair warning. Your day has arrived. Yes. Agreed. The inner light dawns. Leap forward. Good idea.
I'm just gonna let him get that experience. He needs the experience a lot more than I do. Yeah, that Sunstrike was fucking terrible, dude.
An easy shot.
Like, he has so long to Sunstrike and he can't even do it. Okay, level 3 yet? Yeah.
Forward by bounds. Forward, pet. Since you command it. We ride. On track. Yes. Dialogue.
Oh, there's a arcane here.
Good idea.
Okay, what level is Bat Rider? He has no regen, huh?
Salamene smiles upon me. Since you command it. Forward by bounds. Out of my way! Of course.
There we go. That's pretty good.
Another put down. Leap forward.
Hey, yeah, Penguin, we can do replay analysis. You want to do it?
As you will it.
Thank you, Hotentot. Thank you, Devraj.
We ride. To the battle.
Dire's structures are fortified.
On the prowl. Agreed.
Okay, sure, man. So, Bat Rider just gave up this lane?
Good idea. On track. Mm-hmm.
Okay, man.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Your bottom tower is under attack.
Stop!
Got him. Booker did.
You had no place here.
Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Starfall.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh my god.
As you will it. Forward, pet. On track. Yes. Forward by
I must have
balance.
arcane boots.
We ride.
So arcane boots?
Good idea.
But if I don't buy arcane boots, no one else will buy arcane boots. I highly doubt that AA would buy arcane boots. Okay, let's buy it.
Good idea. Since you command it, Starfall.
Got him.
Of course.
Okay.
Agreed.
Back before you die, dude.
I'm under attack.
What the fuck? Mid leap?
Sorry, I thought you liked to jump.
On the prowl.
Does he have Chrono?
Of course. To the battle. On track.
Come on, Tiny. What are you doing, buddy?
Good idea.
You're very serious about this, huh?
Leap forward. Since you command it.
So we can combo the Chronosphere with your.
We ride. As you will it.
Shadow Fiend's back here.
Not for you.
Yes.
Coming.
Crimson curve.
Just Chrono, dude. Chrono.
On the prowl.
Just fucking Chrono.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
There you go. Warlock TP top. Bounty Hunter TP top.
Agreed. For the hunt.
Let's see here.
Forward by balance. It's not time yet. Good
10-minute
idea.
rune?
Time is money.
So Tiny acted like he knew that I was coming around like that, so Siri might be
Agreed.
overreading.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As you will it. We ride.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course. Since you command it.
Oh my god! Wow. Does he have his recipe? Oh, what the fuck am I doing?
Unlucky shot.
Oh god, I was trying to use.
Dire's coming.
Oh my god! This fucking game! We lost. We lost. We lost.
Are you even watching your top tower?
That's a lot of fuck ups in a few seconds. By another dust.
Star
Chrono, right?
Bring me back.
Perfect.
Killing spree.
Yes.
If your
Thanks for
mid
your
tower
game,
could
trying
talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Leap forward.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Good idea.
So this voice still has.
Die trying to
Oh, this
knock
voice
down
still has
your middle
Chrono.
tower.
Sworn of
On track. Forward by balance.
Dude, I don't actually have this ability yet.
Stars. To the battle. Take us.
Oh my god, am I gonna die to fucking chains?
To the battle.
So I mean, I told him the cooldown of my arrow, right? It's not on me.
On track. An easy shot.
Dude, this fucking game is so fucking
Good idea.
monkeyish.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good idea.
It's like we all smoked a whole bunch of weed
Your
before we
top
started.
tower is under attack.
Since you command. Yes.
Your top tower
I'm here to
is
save the
under
day.
attack. Your top tower is falling.
Oh hey, something good happened.
It's not time yet. As you will it. Forward by
Your
balance.
top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
Agreed.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Yeah, if that void had waited like I think 4 seconds more, I would have my arrow there and then.
Yes.
Actually, I made a mistake too. I missed the warlock with my Starstorm. So I mean, that's my
Run
mistake.
like the dogs you are.
But I don't know, like, I mean,
Leap forward.
I think all he has to do is just wait like 4 more seconds.
On the prowl.
Yeah, actually, a lot of mistakes were made.
We ride. Of course. Starfall. Forward, pet. Not yet.
No, please.
Start.
Die!
Double kill.
Please, man!
Your bottom tower
Die!
is kinda bad.
Oh my
That
god!
glowy thing.
Oh my god! Oh my
Nothing
god!
doing
Oh
to
my
that
god!
stuff.
Oh my god!
Your
Oh my
bottom
god!
tower is under attack.
Jesus Christ, dude! Why is this game so hard?
Well gotten.
Things, a lot of, you know, actually we still have more kills than they do here. Isn't that funny?
Once more into the breach.
You
Is
better
mine?
puff on over to your bottom tower.
Nope.
As you
This
will.
is one of the things in the bad column.
Some shit's about to go down top.
Forward, pet.
Fucking fish.
On the prowl.
Wait a minute.
We ride.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He might try to kill Invoker.
Forward by bow for the hunt. Leap forward. Good idea.
There we go. We actually have a lot of good combos. We just need to work together. Uh-oh. Is Invoker about to die?
Yes. Yes, stop.
Oh, this Invoker, dude! Jesus Christ. XD.
Since you command.
Hey, your bottom tower just got denied.
So, what items do you guys think I should buy this
Did you
game?
see the look on their faces?
I'm kind of feeling the Atos. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Okay. Divine Rapier. Gotcha. Ay! I had like 0.3 seconds to leap there. Yeah, let's go Atos. I mean, I could rely on the Chronosphere and stuff like that, but I don't know. Or the bat's lasso to connect my stun. Just doesn't seem good enough.
We admit no defeat. To the battle. Of course.
Oh my goodness.
Good idea.
Making that space.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On track.
Actually, didn't mean to leap there.
Of course.
What the? What did I get hit by? I know I had fatal bonds, but what was connected to my fatal bonds? Bat Rider hasn't had the last so the last couple plays weren't his fault.
Killing spree! Go on, get out of here.
Creep? I think we lost this game, guys.
You'll not stop us that easily.
Its courier has been killed.
We ride.
Dominate! Run.
Leap forward.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Penguin, we already arrived at that conclusion. I was like,
Your middle
I know I was hit by fatal bonds, but what?
To the battle.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something.
Nah, I don't want to do this.
Forward by bounds.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Dominate!
Oh shit, bitch! This guy's so screwed.
Good idea.
You beat it!
Starfall.
Double kill!
Since you command.
Okay.
On the prowl. The prize is mine.
Yours crush you.
So Warlock was hiding, coming towards this room, but then
Agreed.
he changed his pathing. Does that mean this is warded?
Forward, pet.
Nah, Invoker's supposed to get the kill anyways. Not my kill. No, it is good that Invoker gets kills. That's the proper way to play, man. Come on.
On the prowl.
Well, he's gone, so I'm gone here.
Forward by bounds.
Start getting BKB next. For Yag. It's
To
not
the
a KS
battle.
if you let your carry die
Tower is
first.
under attack. What, not your job or something?
Attack.
Okay, oh.
Starfall. We
There we go.
ride.
Now I don't need to set up. I have my own Aegis, my own setup.
Of course.
A new chapter.
Agreed. Stars rain down upon mine enemy.
Killing spree!
Okay. We still have Chrono, right?
Whimper,
we can take a fight.
dogs.
Bounty Hunter still did for a while.
Forward, pet. Stop! Evil curs!
Top tower needs some help.
A lot of shit.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack.
So Bounty Hunter's around here because I got
Tower
tracked.
has been denied. Your top tower is under attack. We're gonna do something about it. And just sit there looking funny down that bottom tower.
Since you command it. As you will.
What the fuck?
Good idea.
Dude! No!
Shadows
Dude.
leap forward.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yes.
That Invoker's dead.
Forward by bounds.
Oh, this guy's Prana.
On the prowl. Good idea.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Starfall.
I missed the arrow. No, no! Oh shit, my arrow! Oh dude, oh that was my fault there. Oh, there's so many things that I need to do, you know. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I was just like super low HP. There was so much fucking shit going on. Like looking at all my abilities and cooldowns and stuff. Sometimes you only have like half a second to just quickly aim something and hope it hits. 25-minute runes. Thanks, guys.
Again, we ride.
BKB. He's not gonna finish me over?
Of course.
What? Nah, he's dead.
We
Can't
ride.
do anything.
Time lost with me.
As you will it. Forward.
Oh, hello, Matt. How's it going, friend?
Good idea. Start. We ride in perfect union.
Killing spree!
The illusion. Illusion.
Leap forward.
Your top tower is under
Since you
attack.
command it.
Dire structures are fortified.
To the battle.
Your top tower needs some help.
On track.
Your top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Another blue face owner, Jelly.
As you will it. On track.
Fucking hell, Jack.
Dominate!
In ashes, you become.
Oh, yeah, this is a really close game. Like 28-27, that's real close. Select level 22 though. 22, 19, 18, 19, 17, 19. Yeah, like they have one more kill, but it just feels like there's so much further ahead. We only have one tier 2 left, one outer tower left. They have 4. Yeah, so they're actually a lot further ahead than it seems. Oh, God. He doesn't have eggs yet? Oh! Worth it.
Courier has been killed.
The comeback we needed?
To live too beautiful.
Fucking lagging!
Has arrived.
Your tower is under attack.
Of course.
Fuck this lag. Fuck this router.
Leap forward. To the battle. Yes, start.
Seriously, you can use your ult?
Tuck your tail and run, Max. On the prowl. Forward by bounds. Evil curs. Agreed.
What the fuck, Bash? Oh, I forced that.
Forward, pet.
What's my next item gonna be? Come on, please have some manners. Hi,
I'm all
Alex.
for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
So Void is starting to get damage. He's gonna have tons of damage later on. I feel like eventually I need to build damage. I was thinking about Guardian Greaves to boost up the team fight, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of concerned for our damage.
Three, 2, 1, let's go!
Manners? I don't think we need more control, Randy, because, like, I mean, we have Chronosphere, we have Arrow, we have Cold Feet, we have Tornado, we have Ice Wall, we have Lasso. You had to remember that the Bat Rider, he doesn't really do that much damage, especially later on, right? So I think that I actually need to transition into a damage dealing for...
Stop! Bring down upon mine enemy.
Fuck, they found that ward already?
Good idea.
Oh, he's going Refresher, that's good. Let's go Refresher. Come on, his Lotus Orb, dude.
Good idea. Yes. Venice.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Is that a rage buyback?
On track.
Don't let them do Roshan.
Forward by bounds.
Why? Get up for that. He's already dead, dude. He
On
almost
the
cast that
prowl.
at the cross.
Good idea.
He can't. I think he can't TP. Okay?
Leap forward. Stop.
He's good to Travis.
Forward, pet.
Oh shit.
Of
Oh
course.
shit. I'm late. I'm late.
We ride.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Starfront.
Wicked sick!
Scatter while you can.
Oh, he's still here.
They're trying to knock
His
down
Blink
your
Dagger?
middle tower.
Where'd he go? Shit.
Since you command it.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Good idea. Stars. Yes.
Did he lose his
Radiant
gem sight? I
structures
think
are
yeah,
fortified.
Slark's got the gem.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On the prowl.
Gather darkness.
Far over to your bottom tower.
Fucking everyone and their fucking mom is here, dude.
Dominate with monster kill!
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm buying back for this.
To the back.
Double kill!
Agreed.
Can we do Roshan, please?
It's not time yet.
I'll select dive, actually.
On track. Good idea. Stop. Rain down on mine enemy. Forward.
This guy's gonna die trying to kill me.
Godlike!
Oh, Roshan.
I am not ready. I could have hit Roshan with
The
my
bottom
eyes
tower is
closed.
under attack!
Leap forward. An easy shot.
Roshan has fallen to the dire! Ha! On edge!
XD.
I'll have the brisket. My horse will have your head.
Okay, you guys need mana?
It's not time yet.
What's wrong with Tiny, dude?
Since you command.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks!
As you will.
Well-gotten gains.
This seems really good. Like, really even game, Chris.
Forward by bounds. Start. The prize is mine.
Slark TP top shrine?
Good idea. We ride.
Need at least 3. Yeah, maybe the perfect arrow.
Forward by bounds. Good idea.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Stop.
It's a fake, it's fake,
Bring
it's fake.
down upon mine enemy. Since you command it. To the battle. On track. Sparkles like the stars. Forward, pet.
There's gonna be a really big fight real soon, Chris. This sport needs to lead the way.
Leap forward. Allies disappear. Agreed. Starfall.
Oh, we screwed that up so bad.
On edge! Dire structures are fortified.
So we have 2 cores top.
Good
I
idea.
need to get out of here real quick and join those guys top.
Stop. On the prowl.
Hey, get back.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Of course.
Only get back.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. I'm gonna make a fortune.
Oh, I already used my mana boots.
Forward, pet.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
To the battle.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. The enemy's top barracks has
When was
fallen.
Aegis time again?
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks.
I really wish he
Your
didn't time
mid
well.
tower
He
has
doesn't have
fallen.
mana for fucking
Pretty
Chrono.
mad at you.
We ride.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I feel like Slark's gonna fit jump. Slark's still bottom, it's fine.
Leap forward.
Oh, shit. Oh man.
Mm-hmm. Good
That's fine,
idea.
that's fine. When's Roche on time?
Of course. As you will it. Forward by bound.
But we don't have the Aegis anymore, okay. Anyways, I have 3,700 gold now.
Good
I'm
idea.
gonna think about what I'm gonna buy next.
On the prowl.
I think I have an idea. Might be Monkey King Bar.
Good idea.
40-minute runs.
Shadows, take us. Forward by bounds.
I'll touch
The
back.
enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. Pound!
Double
Don't
damage.
worry, I'll grab it. Coming mid. I'm in Joker.
Agreed.
I step from the shadows.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Since you command.
Hey, you know, in the end, looks like our wombo combo actually paid off, huh?
Timber dogs.
Mega.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice!
Stop.
Ooh, wombo combo!
This is why I like land punch.
Oh boy, what are you doing?
Top tower is under attack.
Hey, let's finish the objective. There's a creep wave coming bottom.
The top tower needs some help.
Forward, pet.
Oh, I should have waited for him to
Top
use.
tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Hey, there's one more rack top or mid.
On the prowl.
Oh, is that victory secured?
I now have mega creeps. Figures. Lazy bums show up just in time for the looting.
On
You know, if I didn't use Atos, we could shut up and not use it.
of course.
Ooh, double kill!
Good idea.
See, I might die to Tiny in a second. Damn, our wombo combo paid off in the end.
Enemy's middle tower.
Okay, that was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Tower is no more.
Oh, I feel like I tried so hard this game.
I'm under attack. I'll
I'm
never
dead.
Double kill. The radiant agent is nothing but
Oh man, that early game was rough.
take it all the way.
Glad you like the games to rush. Tomorrow sounds good, buddy. I'll be here. Oh, hard. We already played. Actually, we played 6 hours of Dota 2 today. I've only been playing like around 3 hours a day recently, but so today's kind of longer for me. But we're looking to stretch out the streams a little bit, so more time for you guys to catch the stream, depending on how convenient it is for your schedule. No one has really talked about it. Before I go, last minute questions or comments, feel free to ask. And also, if you guys enjoy the stream, you like the people in the stream, you like talking to me, or some of our moderators, some of the people who come here all the time. Usually after the stream is over, we actually hang out on Discord. You can come to the Discord. You can find parties regardless of where you live, even if you live in India, North America, Europe. We have basically people who are looking to play anywhere. So come join, post some memes, talk about Dota 2, talk about whatever you like. It would be nice if you can introduce yourself though. So anyways, description of the link of the Discord is in the description of the stream. So come join us. When you focus equals looks easy. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I used to play like 8, 9, 10 hours. You're welcome, Snowpoop. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm really tired. 6 hours of Dota 2 is a lot. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching. Have a great day, a great night. See you soon, guys.